Ok, super, merci. Ah, d'accord. Bon. Bonjour tout le monde. On reprend la conférence avec le deuxidonc panel, les Palestiniens sous mandat, et nous allons avoir 3 communications. La première sera animée et abordera un sujet qui aura comme titre « Comment le gouvernement britannique a facilité l'immigration juive et les achats de terres en Palestine ». Et cette communication sera donnée par professeur Michael Fischbach, qui est professeur d'histoire au Randolph Fischbach, qui est professeur d'histoire au Randolph-Macon College à Ashland, en Virginie. Et parmi ses nombreuses publications, il est l'auteur de State, Society and Land in Jordan, Records of Disposition, Palestinian Refugee Property and the Arab-Israeli Conflict, the peace process and Palestinian refugee claims, addressing claims for property, compensation and restitution, Jewish property claims against Arab countries, Black Power and Palestine, transnational countries of color, et the movement in the Middle East, how the Arab-Israeli conflict divided the American left. Son prochain livre aura pour titre Serhan on the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy, Depoliticizing Middle Eastern Violence in America. Il paraîtra en 2026. The floor is yours.
Bonjour, je vais parler en anglais. سوف أتكلم في اللغة العربية. Yeah, oh yes, sorry. سوف أتكلم في اللغة الإنجليزية. My presentation today is about how the British government in Palestine facilitated Jewish immigration and land purchases in Palestine, which is, of course, the basis of the success of the Zionist project in Palestine. The British government, both in London and in Palestine, actively facilitated both Jewish immigration and land purchases in accordance with the Balfour Declaration. And this was done in active coordination with the World Zionist Organization. Whereas, and this is by way of an abstract, whereas before the First World War, the Jewish population in the country stood at about 25,000 people. By the end of the mandate, that had grown to 630,000, and this huge rise was almost entirely due to immigration. Indeed, that rise in population, 74% of the growth in the number of Jews in the country was because of immigration. Similarly, whereas Jews owned about 650,000 dunams of land in Palestine at the beginning of British rule, by the end that number had increased 2.5 times to 1,600,000 dunams. So in my presentation, I want to discuss this briefly with some official statistics and maps to assist me. I won't get into the history, but it's important to understand Ottoman policy toward Jewish immigration and land purchases in Palestine. As early as 1881, the Ottoman government banned land sales and Jewish immigration to Palestine, understanding and fearing that there may be another national question in the Ottoman Empire, as there had been in the Balkans. But turning our attention to the British period, The Balfour Declaration, as we know, pledged the British government's support for the Zionist project in Palestine. And as early as 1918, Chaim Weizmann led the Zionist delegation to Jerusalem, and very early on worked actively with the British government to promote Jewish immigration into the country. The government worked with the first High Commissioner, Sir Herbert Samuel, who was a British Zionist Jew, and set up an immigration ordinance, that is a law in as early as 1920, that allowed Jews under a certain number each year, depending on labor statistics, to immigrate into the country. The Zionist organization was responsible for issuing immigration certificates from offices, Zionist offices in Europe. If approved and an immigrant came to Palestine, he or she was issued an official Palestinian government document allowing that person to immigrate legally. Sir Herbert Samuel actually set up a new immigration department in about 1921, which included 3 more British Jews among its members, one of whom, Albert Hyamson, was later made the Commissioner of Immigration in 1931. This is another example of the active collaboration between the British government and the Zionist organization to facilitate Jewish immigration. Because of Palestinian opposition in 1922, the British government issued the Churchill White Paper, which limited immigration, but importantly said the following, and I'm quoting, "It is essential that the Jewish people should know that it is in Palestine as of right and not on sufferance. This is the reason why it is necessary that the existence of a Jewish national home in Palestine should be internationally guaranteed, and that it is formally rested upon ancient historic connection." Again, another example of the active collaboration and indeed belief of British authorities that the Zionist project was based in historic connection to the land, which is in fact true, although as earlier in the morning we discussed, historic connection and the Zionist project are related but not the same thing. There were limits placed in the 1930s on the number of Jews allowed into the country, in part because of Palestinian opposition. But it's still important to note that this active collaboration, in 1932, for instance, the Jewish Agency sent a letter to the government in Jerusalem, thanking it that the government allowed the Jewish Agency to see a proposed immigration law before the law was put into authority. Even by the late 1930s, as the British government restricted immigration to certain numbers because of Arab opposition, immigration still grew. The White Paper of 1939, the famous White Paper, essentially ended formal British support for the Zionist project. But even then, Jews were still allowed into the country. And indeed, by 1945, a total of 367,845 Jews had immigrated into Palestine, according to official British numbers. They estimated that there were also at least 50,000 Jews who arrived illegally. After the Holocaust, there was great international pressure on the government to allow more Jewish immigrants into the country. The famous figure of 100,000 was proposed. The Anglo-American Commission of Inquiry of 1946 looked into the question of displaced Jews in Europe and came to the conclusion that the only country where absorbing Holocaust refugees was possible was Palestine. And I'm quoting from that report, quote, "Such information we received about countries other than Palestine gave no hope of substantial assistance in finding homes for Jews wishing or impelled to leave Europe. We know of no country to which the great majority can go in the immediate future other than Palestine." Over the course of the British Mandate, as I mentioned, Palestine's Jewish population by 1947 stood at over 600,000 persons. That was 32% of the population, and marked a tenfold increase over 1918. In other words, British support and assistance with the Zionist organization in promoting and allowing Jewish immigration was central to the success of the Zionist project of creating a Jewish state in Palestine. In similar fashion, the British government actively facilitated Jewish land purchases in Palestine, which is, of course, the other anchor, the other pillar of the success of Zionist project to bring in Jews to create a Jewish state and to acquire land to build settlements for them. Even as early as 1918, Zionist Commission in Palestine brought with them a letter. Lord Balfour gave Chaim Weizmann a letter of recommendation to give to the British military authorities that discussed matters of land ownership, again as early as 1918. In 1919, Weizmann and other Zionists went to Paris for the peace conference after the First World War, and the delegation in Paris called for the next government in Palestine, which ended up British, to create a, quote, land commission to begin surveying and registering land, because it said, quote, "The general progress of Palestine must begin with the reform of the conditions governing land tenure." And by 1920, the same year as the first immigration law, Britain passed a land transfer law by which people purchasing land, in this case, a Jewish man buying land in Herzliya, could be issued a formal registration document. The most famous example of Jewish land purchases under British rule in Palestine was the purchase of land from the Sursuk family of Lebanon and Egypt, some 240,000 dunams. Again, Zionist officials actively lobbied the British government to move forward not just with land registration, but land surveying, creating maps which would make it legally easier for people to buy land. A survey of Palestine also was created in 1920 and began the process of registering, of creating maps in Palestine. You'll notice that the areas along the coast and the fertile valleys inland eventually very closely resembled the UN partition plan for the so-called Jewish state. Certainly, it was the flat, very fertile regions of land, as opposed to rocky land in mountains that the Zionists wanted to buy. It also was easier for the British to survey and make maps of this area because it was largely flat. The British also felt if there is more land, if the market for land, the number of sales and registration is high in those areas, because the British, of course, charged to buy a land document, you had to pay a certain amount of money. So the British were generating revenue from the sale of land. So their interests and that of Zionist land purchasing agencies were nearly identical in that regard. Another thing that the British government decided to do, that the Zionist organization actively encouraged, was something called the Land Settlement Ordinance. Legally, the system under the Ottomans made land ownership somewhat tenuous, and people wishing to buy land, in this case Jews and Jewish companies, wanted to make sure that the land not only appears on a map, but that no one else can claim the land. So they wanted a legal process of determining precisely who owns the land, and this was called land settlement. Once again, the areas of the country that underwent this legal process of determining exactly who owns the land, once again, occurred largely on the coasts and the fertile valleys, particularly the Esdraelon Valley in the north, Marj ibn Amr. Again, this was precisely the area where the British were trying to generate more revenue, but where, of course, Zionists, particularly land corporations, were trying to buy land in that area. By the end of the mandate in 1947, you can see that the largest purchasers of land were companies. The Jewish National Fund, the Keren Kayemet, Alliance Israélite Universelle, Palestine Jewish Colonization Association, PICA, and others. By the end of the mandate, a total of 5,243,000 dunams had been what they call settled. And again, you can see the areas in that former map where the settlement took place. To move forward, by the end of 1945, as the mandate approached an end, Jews owned some 1,588,000 dunams in Palestine, which was a huge amount compared to what had been owned, 650,000, prior to the mandate. I might add that much has occurred in the literature and in propaganda over the years that says that ordinary Palestinians were selling their land to Jewish land corporations and Jewish persons. That certainly took place, but statistics from 1938, whoops, yeah. Is this image 9? Wait a minute. I think it's the one before. Showed that only 9.4% of Jewish land purchases were from fellahin, that is, small peasant owners. The vast majority was from larger landowners. So the idea that average peasant farmers, fellahin, were selling their land is actually not really true. And as I said, the biggest land purchases were Zionist corporations. By December of as I already said that. So to try to move to the end of my presentation, here's another statistic. By December 1946, owned 1,624,000 dunams. A dunam is 1,000 square meters. And here are some more statistics which I can provide, and the conference organizers have these images. To conclude then, the British government, both in London and in Jerusalem, actively facilitated the twin pillars that would lead to the success of the Zionist movement, that is, bringing Jews into Palestine and allowing them to acquire land for settlement. Yet I will end by saying that the ultimate way that Britain facilitated the Zionist project was by creating the conditions that set the stage for the earthquake that happened in 1948, a year that permanently changed the landscape of Palestine. Because by supporting Zionism, Britain created the conditions for the rising ethnic and nationalist conflict between Palestinians and Jews that directly led to the 1948 war. And by the end of that war, victorious Israeli forces controlled 77% of Palestine, which became the new country of Israel. And during the war, 80%, 80, of the Palestinians who lived in that area were gone, either having fled as refugees or being expelled. On June 16, 1948, the Provisional Israeli Cabinet voted to prevent the refugees ever from returning, which in turn created a massive and, for the new state of Israel, beneficial demographic revolution. Also, we can add that the 1948 war led to a much greater amount of Palestinian land going into the hands, in this case, not of Jewish individuals, but the State of Israel and the Jewish National Fund. Somewhere between 2 and 6 million dunams were left behind by Palestinians and confiscated by the State of Israel. A 2013 study estimated that the value of that land in 2013 was about $27 billion. So in the final analysis, by absorbing the refugees' property, by destroying somewhere between 350 and 430 villages, renaming them, and with 80% of the Palestinian Arabs gone, the ultimate success of the Zionist project in creating the new state of Israel certainly had to do with Britain, but in particular had to do with the 1948 war, which was the ultimate result of British policy in Palestine. I think for time, I'll leave it at that, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Fischbach. And thank you for respecting the time. Et maintenant, nous allons passer à la deuxième communication. Penser la Palestine mandataire par le prisme de l'eau. Et le titre de l'intervention, c'est Penser la Palestine sous mandat à partir des techniques et des ressources, l'exemple du contrôle de l'eau. Elisabeth Davin-Mortier, qui sera la conférencière et maîtresse de conférence en histoire contemporaine à la Faculté des Lettres à Sorbonne Université. Elle est spécialiste de l'histoire de l'environnement et de l'histoire des techniques au Moyen-Orient. Après une thèse d'histoire sur l'eau en Palestine durant la domination britannique, 1917-1948, elle travaille désormais sur l'eucalyptus en Méditerranée du 19e siècle à nos jours. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je remercie sincèrement les organisateurs pour leur invitation à participer à ce panel. Dans les 20 minutes qui me sont accordées, je vous propose d'aborder l'histoire de la domination britannique en Palestine par le prisme des ressources en eau dans une perspective d'histoire environnementale. L'histoire du contrôle de l'eau en Palestine révèle tout un pan de l'histoire mandataire et montre les rapports de force entre les administrateurs britanniques, la population arabe, très largement majoritaire, le Yishuv et les organisations sionistes. Aucune ressource n'est naturelle en soi. Un élément de l'environnement devient ressource lorsqu'il est défini, évalué, exploité ou approprié par les sociétés humaines. L'histoire de l'eau et de ses usages en Palestine sous domination britannique se construit parallèlement aux changements politiques, économiques et sociaux qui marquent le pays. La perception, l'évaluation et la définition même des ressources en eau évoluent en fonction des moments du mandat et du rôle économique et politique que les acteurs de la Palestine mandataire, qu'ils soient britanniques, arabes ou juifs, lui confèrent pour... Je suis un peu trop petite, pardon. Pour le présent et et pour l'avenir. C'est mieux ? Oui, très bien. Durant le mandat britannique en Palestine, les usages de l'eau, en particulier agricoles et domestiques, s'intensifient. Et cette ressource devient progressivement un élément clé des possibilités de développement économique du pays. J'aimerais montrer comment le contrôle de l'eau émerge comme un enjeu politique et environnemental central dont les administrateurs britanniques, les organisations sionistes et les Arabes prennent la mesure durant le mandat. Cette communication s'appuie principalement sur les archives du mandat britannique en Palestine qui sont conservées aux archives de l'État national d'Israël, les archives aussi de Q, les archives nationales britanniques, et les archives des organisations sionistes qui sont à Jérusalem, ainsi que la presse palestinienne. Avant cela, j'aimerais présenter brièvement les principales caractéristiques hydrologiques de la Palestine. Évidemment, vous le savez tous, je pense, que 2 saisons principales composent le climat de la Palestine. Une saison sèche qui va de mai à septembre et une saison humide d'octobre à avril. À ce découpage saisonnier s'ajoutent de grandes disparités climatiques et hydrographiques entre la plaine côtière qui est favorable à l'irrigation, les parties montagneuses où les cultures s'appuient sur la pluie et aussi quelques puits, les plaines aussi de l'arrière-pays sensibles aux inondations, les vallées marécageuses, en particulier dans le nord du pays, et enfin les régions désertiques. Outre la pluviométrie, les eaux de surface et les eaux souterraines composent les principales ressources en eau de la Palestine. Ce territoire est en effet traversé par quelques cours d'eau, notamment évidemment le Jourdain, mais évidemment la rivière Aoudja en arabe ou Yarkon en hébreu au nord de Jaffa Tel Aviv et le Kishon à Haïfa. Il faut noter également l'importance du lac de Tibériade, du lac de Roula, de la mer Morte, qui constituent des apports en eau conséquents pour ce territoire au début du XXe siècle. Je vous propose ainsi une progression chronologique sur l'histoire du contrôle de l'eau, en voyant déjà que de la conquête de la Palestine en 1917 jusqu'au début des années 1920, l'eau représente avant tout un enjeu militaire et sanitaire, puis émerge progressivement comme un problème public. Puis, dans les années 1930, c'est le moment de l'affirmation de l'eau comme un enjeu politique, avec différentes tentatives de contrôle juridique qui sont mises en place. Enfin, dans les années 1940, je vous montrerai les échecs du mandat pour le contrôle de l'eau et la préparation de l'avenir hydraulique du pays par les sionistes dans les années 1940. Donc, lorsque les troupes de la force expéditionnaire égyptienne conquièrent la Palestine en 1917, ces troupes s'appuient sur un travail cartographique qui a été réalisé à la fin du XIXe siècle par le Palestine Exploration Fund. Et en fait, ce sont ces cartes qui vont permettre aux troupes de localiser notamment les villages, mais aussi de localiser les principales ressources en eau et les cours d'eau. L'eau est un enjeu important durant la campagne de Palestine, puisqu'elle est recherchée, mais elle est également crainte lorsqu'il s'agit de points d'eau stagnantes où se développent les anophèles porteurs de la malaria. L'avancée des troupes est donc dépendante de l'approvisionnement en eau. Je rappelle quand même l'extrême aridité du Sinaï et du Negev au moment de la conquête de 1917, qui pousse en fait le commandement britannique à mettre en place un système d'approvisionnement en eau complexe qui est mené par les troupes des Royal Engineers, à savoir le génie britannique qui est déployé sur place. Et l'eau est aussi au cœur des conquêtes militaires. Je ne donnerai ici qu'un seul exemple. En octobre 1917, lorsque le général Allenby lance une offensive sur Beersheba, dans le but de s'emparer des puits de la ville, en fait, la conquête de l'eau est essentielle pour la suite des opérations militaires, et donc cette ville est centrale en raison des puits qui sont connus sur place. C'est une situation que les troupes ottomanes ont tout à fait conscience, puisqu'au moment de leur retraite, ils vont détruire un certain nombre de puits sur place pour limiter ensuite l'avancée des Britanniques. Une fois la Palestine conquise militairement, l'eau devient un ennemi sanitaire en raison des zones marécageuses qui sont infestées par la malaria et qui touchent les troupes britanniques, puisque Sandra Soufiane a montré que près de la moitié des troupes britanniques sont touchées en 1918 par la malaria. Lors de la mise en place de l'administration civile à partir de 1920 en Palestine, la gestion des ressources en eau ne constitue pas une priorité pour les administrateurs britanniques. L'économie de la région ne repose pas alors sur un vaste réseau d'adduction en eau pour le développement agricole ou industriel, comme c'est le cas évidemment en Inde ou c'est le cas en Égypte. À titre de comparaison, on a des dizaines d'ingénieurs militaires qui œuvrent à la planification d'infrastructures hydrauliques depuis les années 1850 en Égypte, en Inde, pardon, et en Égypte depuis la fin du 19e siècle. On a un Irrigation Department qui gère la question de l'eau. Ce n'est pas le cas dans le mandat britannique. On n'a pas en fait d'administration qui est liée à la gestion de l'eau et de l'irrigation au début, dans les premières années du mandat. Pour le gouvernement de Palestine, comme l'a montré le professeur Fisbach, c'est avant tout la priorité, c'est la mise en place d'un cadastre pour pouvoir enregistrer les titres fonciers et faciliter aussi la levée d'impôts qui est mis en place. Et donc, au début des années 1920, aucune évaluation des ressources en eau n'est mise en place par l'administration mandataire. D'ailleurs, le contrôle de ces ressources s'inscrit dans le cadre juridique établi par la puissance mandataire, à savoir que le droit ottoman est entièrement repris. Et c'est donc le droit ottoman, en particulier le code civil ottoman, la Mejele et le code foncier ottoman qui définissent le cadre légal des usages et des droits liés à l'eau. Il faut attendre 1926 pour que le haut-commissaire, Lord Plummer, recommande au Colonial Office la nomination d'un Irrigation Officer en Palestine, afin, je cite, de conseiller le gouvernement sur le développement des ressources d'irrigation du pays et d'entreprendre, en premier lieu, une étude préliminaire de ces ressources. Cette nomination, elle répond à la volonté de l'administration britannique de développer les cultures irriguées qui sont alors en plein essor dans la plaine côtière. Vous avez tous en tête, j'imagine, le développement de l'orange de Jaffa, qui est très importante durant le mandat britannique. Au début des années 1920, les ressources en eau non évaluées avec précision sont perçues comme abondantes dans la région, à la fois par les cultivateurs, à la fois par l'administration britannique et aussi dans les travaux du premier conseiller géologue britannique qui est présent sur place, à savoir George Blake, qui affirme que les ressources d'eau de la nappe phréatique de la plaine côtière sont abondantes et il n'y a pas encore de problème qui est établi. La situation bascule à la fin des années 1920, quand des craintes apparaissent au sujet de la qualité et de la quantité des réserves d'eau de la nappe phréatique. En 1927, J. Dawson Shepherd, spécialiste de l'irrigation qui a travaillé notamment en Égypte, est nommé Irrigation Officer en Palestine. Et c'est par le travail de Shepherd que l'administration mandataire prend officiellement connaissance d'inquiétudes autour d'un possible abaissement de la nappe phréatique de la plaine côtière et des coûts qu'il entraînerait pour puiser une plus grande profondeur. Je vous ai mis la version en anglais, je vous lirai la citation en français. Il est noté qu'il est urgent d'agir le long de la plaine côtière. La crainte d'un abaissement général de la nappe phréatique à la suite du développement extrêmement rapide de la culture de l'orange s'est librement manifestée et a apparemment pour fondement le fait que certains puits ont dû être approfondis avec pour conséquence le renouvellement des dépenses d'investissement et des dépenses supplémentaires pour l'irrigation. Et Shepherd, ici, se fait le relais des inquiétudes des agrumiculteurs de la plaine côtière. Et il est vrai que donc, cette agrumiculture s'est accélérée pendant la période mandataire, mais c'est aussi un choix agricole qui est mené par les Arabes, mais aussi en particulier par les sionistes qui développent cette culture d'exportation. Et cette culture, repose entièrement sur l'utilisation de puits qui pompent l'eau de la nappe phréatique de la plaine côtière. Rappelons aussi que dans la plaine côtière, il y a aussi le développement démographique et urbain, avec évidemment la ville de Jaffa, mais aussi Tel Aviv, créée en 1909, qui connaît une croissance exponentielle. Et les ressources en eau utilisées par Tel Aviv pendant tout le mandat, c'est des ressources en eau souterraine. Donc on a une pression sur la nappe phréatique qui a lieu pendant le mandat. De la fin des années 1920 aux années 1930, la connaissance des ressources en eau devient un enjeu politique. L'immigration juive croissante, avec la 5e Aliyah, bouleverse la société palestinienne, tandis que l'agriculture irriguée s'intensifie. La question foncière et agricole prend une dimension politique prédominante en Palestine. Il est du devoir de l'administration mandataire de connaître la répartition des ressources en eau et de déterminer si elles suffisent pour soutenir les besoins hydriques croissant de la société palestinienne. Après les heurts de l'été 1929, la mission d'enquête britannique, dirigée par le juriste Sir Walter Shaw, conclut que les transferts fonciers aux Juifs et l'immigration sont les deux principales causes des violences. les capacités d'accueil économique de la Palestine, à savoir les possibilités de développement d'emplois et de production agricole du pays pour accueillir les immigrants juifs venus d'Europe sans peser sur la population arabe, deviennent donc un enjeu politique majeur au début des années 1930. Et au cœur de ces discussions, il y a le calcul des terres cultivables. L'eau apparaît comme la condition sine qua non à tout développement économique qui permettrait l'accueil d'immigrants juifs et l'allègement donc de la pression économique exercée sur la population arabe. Ce tournant fait donc de l'eau un enjeu politique. La stratégie développée par l'organisation sioniste, enfin l'ensemble des organisations sionistes qui sont présentes en Palestine, est de montrer que les techniques d'agriculture moderne, les capacités d'investissement, sont en mesure d'augmenter les capacités d'accueil de la Palestine. Et cette position, en fait, ne tient pas, selon le rapport Shaw, face à la réalité des ressources en eau. Le rapport Shaw s'oppose à la position développée par les sionistes lors des auditions qu'il était possible d'intensifier la culture irriguée dans la plaine côtière en disant que la présence d'eau en quantité suffisante et non la quantité de terres disponibles est la condition qui limite les possibilités de culture intensive dans cette zone. Et donc, la limite des logiques exprimées tant par les sionistes que par la commission Shaw est simple. Il n'est pas possible d'évaluer véritablement les capacités de développement agricole sans connaître précisément les ressources souterraines de la Palestine. En 1930, le rapport de la commission Hope-Simpson s'attache à évaluer avec précision les capacités agricoles du pays, également les terres cultivables encore disponibles. L'eau est au cœur de ces évaluations et le rapport Hope-Simpson appelle le gouvernement à engager plus de moyens dans l'évaluation des ressources et dans l'encadrement de l'irrigation plus généralement. L'eau devient la clé donc de la programmation d'une politique agricole et économique dont les contours doivent être dessinés sans retard. Et la première réponse mandataire, c'est la mise en place d'un Water Resources Survey qui commence le 1er décembre 1933. Et cette enquête est prévue sur une année. Elle a pour objectif de collecter sur l'ensemble de la superficie cultivable de la Palestine des informations suffisantes pour former des estimations des ressources actuelles et futures du pays. Cette enquête, elle est menée par le Department of Survey et elle évalue seulement les ressources en eau dans les espaces considérés comme cultivables, à un moment donné où la catégorie de terres cultivables fait déjà débat, en fait. Et donc, on a une prospection dans les régions qui sont considérées comme non cultivables qui n'est absolument pas prévue. Et donc, qu'est-ce qu'on analyse ? On va analyser le taux de salinité, le niveau de l'eau dans les puits. C'est principalement les principaux éléments collectés par les géomètres inspecteurs qui sont mobilisés. Le tableau que vous voyez montre en fait l'évolution de l'enquête qui a été menée en fait entre décembre 1933 et l'automne 1935, qui a permis le recensement et l'évaluation de plus de 2000 puits et plus d'une centaine de sources. En 1936, les Britanniques arrêtent l'évaluation de l'eau, alors que, comme vous le voyez, ils ont en fait seulement recensé les ressources en eau sur la moitié des terres cultivables qui sont estimées. À ce moment-là, en fait, c'est la décision des Britanniques d'arrêter cette enquête. C'est tout simplement l'idée qu'ils vont mettre en place un nouveau système d'encadrement juridique de l'eau qui permettra en fait l'enregistrement par les propriétaires de puits en fait, auprès des autorités mandataires des ressources en eau. On voit quand même que le chemin qui a été fait par... Voilà. Le chemin qui a été fait lors de l'enquête hydrologique, en fait, vous voyez, c'est pareil que le Land Survey qui a été mené aussi à partir de 1920, à savoir on part de la plaine côtière, on part de Jaffa et ensuite on va dans les vallées. Et c'est les principales zones en fait, de colonisation agricole juive en fait, qui ont été recensées. C'est-à-dire que la plupart des zones montagneuses n'ont jamais été évaluées en termes de ressources. L'importance de l'évaluation des ressources en eau, c'est aussi une position qui est partagée activement par les organisations sionistes du Yishuv, à savoir le Front national juif, le CACAL, puis dans les années 1930, les compagnies des eaux sionistes, que ce soit la Palestine Water Company ou Mekorot, l'université hébraïque également, qui mènent leurs propres enquêtes hydrographiques et hydrogéologiques pour servir l'organisation agricole du pays et préparer surtout son avenir. Et donc, ils prennent en compte ces données, et d'ailleurs, beaucoup de ces données sont réutilisées, même par le mandat. C'est-à-dire que beaucoup des données liées à l'eau dans les années 40, en fait, elles sont complètement issues des organisations sionistes. C'est précisé par le pouvoir britannique. Le contrôle juridique constitue le deuxième volet de la réponse mandataire à l'émergence du problème public du contrôle de l'eau. L'histoire du contrôle des eaux souterraines et des eaux de surface par la promulgation d'ordonnances remplaçant le droit ottoman est avant tout l'histoire d'un échec. Un échec non seulement législatif, mais aussi un échec politique et environnemental, puisqu'en 1947, lorsque les Britanniques confient à l'ONU le sort de la Palestine, ils n'avaient promulgué en 25 ans aucune législation de grande envergure pour la gestion et la préservation des ressources hydriques. Les Britanniques, comme vous le savez, avec l'Order in Council de 1922, ont intégré le droit civil ottoman, donc l'ensemble aussi des droits relatifs aux ressources hydriques. Il eût donc fallu changer radicalement cette législation pour que le contrôle, notamment du pompage de l'eau, soit entre les mains du gouvernement mandataire. En particulier, c'est le cas des ressources souterraines qui, contrairement aux eaux de surface, sont libres d'utilisation sans qu'une restriction en cas d'épuisement de la ressource soit mentionnée dans le droit civil ottoman. Et donc en 1929, l'Irrigation Officer cherche à mettre en place une nouvelle législation dans le gouvernement mandataire. Il met en place un sous-comité au sein du Conseil général de l'agriculture pour établir un nouveau programme d'encadrement légal du contrôle de l'eau. Ce sous-comité, il est très déséquilibré. On a une majorité de membres juifs et sionistes qui sont liés à la colonisation agricole, que ce soit au cas de la PICA ou de la Palestine Land Development Company. Et on a seulement 2 représentants arabes qui sont indiqués dans les réunions comme ne participant pas. Et donc, il en résulte que le premier texte publié en annexe du rapport Hobbes-Simpson de 1930, c'est un premier texte d'encadrement de l'eau. Il est composé de 11 articles. Et il a pour but, de renforcer le contrôle étatique sur l'irrigation. À partir de là, un autre projet d'ordonnance a été développé en 1932, mais ce projet d'ordonnance a été fortement critiqué par les organisations sionistes parce qu'ils craignent qu'un contrôle mandataire sur les ressources en eau limite leur projet d'aménagement hydraulique et le développement de l'irrigation, tandis que les Arabes aussi s'inquiètent de voir leurs droits coutumiers et tous les droits construits pendant l'Empire ottoman leur échapper. Et donc, à partir des critiques émises par les différents acteurs, qu'ils soient arabes et juifs, l'administration mandataire propose une nouvelle mouture en 1933, mais aussi en 1935, en s'inspirant des ordonnances passées ailleurs. Notamment, ils vont complètement copier les ordonnances de Chypre, qui ont été passées à Chypre en 1928. Et donc, tous les projets dans les années 1930 rencontrent des échecs à mesure que les tensions entre arabes et juifs s'accentuent. Les tentatives d'encadrement légal des eaux de surface et souterraines pendant les années 1930 ne sont donc pas fructueuses. Celles des années de guerre qui suivent ne le sont pas davantage. Contrairement à la grande révolte arabe qui avait considérablement freiné les travaux britanniques sur le contrôle législatif de l'eau, la Seconde Guerre mondiale est une période d'intense réflexion sur l'importance des ressources en eau pour le développement économique du pays et aussi de restructuration du service mandataire responsable de cette question avec la nomination d'un Water Commissioner, donc un commissaire des eaux, à partir de 1940. Pourquoi ce changement ? La raison en est simple. Dès le début de la guerre, l'eau devient un enjeu majeur de l'effort de guerre, puisque l'eau est indispensable, vous le savez, pour accroître toute production agricole. Et donc, les Britanniques cherchent à promulguer un ensemble de lois qui leur permettent d'avoir davantage de contrôle sur les ressources en eau. Mais les années 40, les gouvernements mandataires est incapables de promulguer un ensemble législatif susceptible de modifier en profondeur le régime juridique des eaux en Palestine. C'est une situation exceptionnelle dans l'histoire impériale britannique, puisqu'ils ont réussi à passer, à édicter des lois sur le contrôle de l'eau en Inde, à Chypre, en passant par l'Australie et au Kenya. Et là, ils ont fait face à une opposition très ferme des sionistes, très organisée, et aussi une opposition des représentants arabes. Donc, en 1948, c'est encore le droit de l'eau ottoman qui est en cours en Palestine mandataire. Cet échec final, il peut aussi être attribué au contenu même de ces projets d'ordonnance qui sont développés par les Britanniques. Elles sont développées en vase clos. On parle vraiment que de 2-3 personnes qui préparent des projets d'ordonnance en concertation, certes, avec les représentants arabes et les sionistes, mais on n'a surtout pas de concertation réelle avec les différents départements du gouvernement de Palestine et les dispositions qu'ils proposent sont en décalage avec le haut niveau de développement des structures de gestion de l'eau instaurées par les acteurs de la colonisation juive, comme les compagnies des eaux, constituées dans les années 1930, et en particulier de Mekorot en 1937, qui est toujours la compagnie des eaux nationales israéliennes actuellement. Et donc, dans les années 40, les institutions sionistes s'imposent comme les premiers acteurs de la mise en valeur des terres, que ce soit par le drainage ou les techniques d'irrigation. Ils portent des projets qui sont beaucoup plus ambitieux que les Britanniques. Les années 1940 sont également centrales pour la planification de l'avenir hydraulique d'un futur État juif pour les organisations sionistes, puisque l'objectif depuis la conférence de Biltmore en 1942 est très clair, c'est la mise en place d'un État juif en Palestine. Et là, on voit que l'action de Mekorot, débutée en 1937, s'accélère pendant la guerre. Mekorot, quand ça a été créé, c'est une compagnie seulement pour développer l'irrigation dans une toute petite partie de la vallée de Jezreel. Et ensuite, en fait, ça prend de l'ampleur pendant la guerre. En fait, durant cette décennie, durant la décennie des années 1940, les sionistes ont acquis une telle quantité de données sur la répartition des ressources hydriques et leurs caractéristiques qu'ils lancent des plans d'aménagement hydraulique très ambitieux. L'eau y apparaît comme une ressource qui pourrait être entièrement redistribuée en Palestine afin de permettre un développement agricole et industriel de toutes les terres, même les plus arides. Ainsi naissent ce que j'ai appelé dans mes travaux de recherche les utopies hydropolitiques, à savoir des plans d'aménagement hydraulique monumentaux où les principaux cours d'eau de la Palestine, mais aussi de la Syrie et du Liban, sont détournés pour irriguer et aussi produire de l'hydroélectricité. Il y a plusieurs exemples, je n'en donnerai qu'un. Je vous donne l'exemple du All Palestine Project qui a été développé par Mekorot en 1944. C'est aussi là l'illustration de l'intérêt grandissant des sionistes pour le désert du Negev dans les années 1940, puisque l'idée est donc d'amener l'eau du nord du pays, voire hors du pays, pour l'acheminer jusque dans le nord, en tout cas le nord du Negev. Et la compagnie Mekorot, ce n'est pas la seule à préparer ces projets d'aménagement, mais c'est l'idée en fait derrière qu'il est possible de transformer toute terre, même si elle n'a pas les ressources en eau suffisantes, grâce à des projets d'aménagement hydraulique monumentaux. Et d'ailleurs, cet ensemble de projets d'aménagement hydraulique qui ont été développés dans les années 40, en fait, ils sont aussi à entendre dans le cadre de ce qui va être créé plus tard, à savoir un lac-duc national d'Israël qui a été inauguré en 1964. Voilà. Alors, je vais conclure pour ne pas trop dépasser. Je vous remercie pour votre écoute et je dirais simplement que j'espère vous avoir convaincu de l'importance de l'histoire des ressources pour mener l'histoire du mandat. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Nous allons passer à la troisième communication. Alors, elle va être prononcée par professeur Abdelrazak Takriti, qui est historien, enseignant à la Rice University, où il occupe la chaire d'études arabes de l'Arab American Educational Foundation. Il est spécialiste des révolutions, de la formation des États et de l'anticolonialisme en Palestine et dans le Mashrek arabe au sens large. Il écrit actuellement une histoire de la lutte anticoloniale palestinienne. Il est co-auteur avec Karman Aboulsi du projet de sciences humaines numériques The Palestinian Revolution en 2016 et auteur de Monsoon Revolution, Republicans, Sultans and Empires in Oman en 2013. Alors, you will present a paper. I don't know if it's the same paper that is on the program. La trahison des intellectuels, l'académicide et le déclin de l'université occidentale, or you want to present another thing?
Well, we've had to adjust the paper in accordance with the theme of the panel, which is, of course, a mandate theme.
Okay.
Initially, I'd come here to speak about what happened to the universities in Gaza, which is the worst case of the destruction of a university sector in modern history. Every university has been destroyed, every community college, and they've still persisted in education through online means now. So the universities are there through their people, reminding us that the academy is a community of scholars. It is not just a site. It is not a location. No matter how great the location is. The Collège de France, for example, may think of itself as a great location, but today it proved itself as a location that is subservient to power and that is not standing up to power. It is actually a case of the betrayal of intellectuals. But this betrayal does not have to do only with the rights and freedoms of French citizens or Europeans or others. It has to do with the future of education in an important part of the world, in Palestine. Now, as part of this theme, I'm going to start with the present and look at the lineages of this logic that allows for such actions to happen through looking at the mandate period. So let's look at the question of framing, and I'm going to start with the present with a statement that was launched on February 28, 2021 by the American Historical Association. The statement condemned the Russian invasion of Ukraine in the, quote, strongest possible terms, end of quote. It rightly described the invasion as a brutal violation of Ukraine's sovereignty, noted that it was anchored by a set of outlandish historical claims, and deplored the fact that the war is based on such a distorted and tendentious misreading of history. It called Vladimir Putin by name, accused him of spreading a narrative that, quote, grossly simplifies and distorts Ukraine's history, end of quote. Going further, the AHA put its weight behind contemporary Ukrainian nationalist discourse, highlighting Ukraine's linguistic and cultural distinctiveness and equivocating the country's Western connections with its historic ties to Russia. The AHA ended by announcing its vigorous support for, quote, the Ukrainian nation and its people in their resistance to Russian military aggression and the twisted mythology that President Putin has invented to justify his violation of international norms, end of quote. The statement was explicitly political, unyieldingly moral in its tone, and implicitly supportive of armed resistance. It did not contain a demand for peaceful solutions, a call for negotiations in which both sides would make painful concessions, or a lecture to Ukrainians on the virtues of nonviolence. It took no longer than 4 days to issue, and insofar as we are aware, there was no major debate around it within the US historical profession. The AHA was simply adding its voice to a loud chorus that included thousands of Western learned societies, governmental entities, businesses, and civic outfits. In essence, it articulated a theme that is all too familiar to historians: the abuse of the historical record by the powerful as they seek to dominate weaker nations. Beyond demonstrating solidarity with Ukraine, the strength of the statement and the ease with which it was passed revealed the American historical profession's selective application of moral principles. During the Gaza genocide, you had a large group of historians, I was amongst them, that demanded that the organization take a stance on the Gaza genocide, specifically focusing on the scholasticide dimension, the destruction of the education sector. That is something directly relevant to the American Historical Association's mission. And by the way, for those that do not know the importance of the AHA, it's the world's largest historical association, over 11,000 members. It's the only learned society in the United States established by an act of Congress. It is considered to be the guardian of memory in that country. So, very important organization. Out of the 11,000 historians, we had a clear majority that wanted to talk about scholasticide in Gaza. In the business meeting of the organization, more than 84% of the members present voted to have a scholasticide resolution. The leadership of the organization went and said the council vetoed the membership in a historic act, never happened before. Now, how could this happen? And part of the reason why it happens is the use of arguments, historical arguments that are skewed, and this usage goes back into the 19th century, and later on it was formed and chiseled during the mandate period. History, or rather a skewed reading of it, was key to the colonization of Palestine and the oppression of its people. Even before they managed to militarily occupy the land, British colonial officials and the Zionist movement alike drew on a range of rhetorical conceits that claimed Palestine for European Jews that were not living in the country, all the while dismissing the national and political rights of the existing Palestinian population. There was the biblical framing of Palestinian history, which gave rise to both religious and secular arguments. By its logic, Palestinians could not possibly have any rights to the land that their forefathers had lived, loved, farmed, and labored in, or the pretty historic cities and villages that they had built on its coasts, hills, and steep inclines. Who were the Palestinians to reject the will of God or to stand in the way of an aspiration consistently expressed in the prayer next year in Jerusalem? Now, incidentally, by the way, that prayer was read by Jews that lived in Jerusalem also, because it was a textual prayer. It was a spiritual prayer. Jerusalem was not, in this prayer, a sovereign state. It was a spiritual place. A second related framing presented Palestine as a site of religious and civilizational conflict. By this reading, Palestine was seen as a land usurped by Arab Muslim invaders for nearly a millennium and a half. By the law of precedence, this land allegedly belonged to the descendants of the Israelites who had, quote, arrived before the Arab Muslims and before the Roman Christians that they had replaced. By the logic of civilizational superiority, this holy land ought to be possessed by, quote, Western rather than Oriental civilization. It was better off in the hands of European Jews than under the yoke of Arab Muslims and their Asiatic Arab Christian compatriots. Palestine was also presented as a legitimate site for appropriation based on European racial supremacy. Discussing the territory in 1918, Charles Buxton declared that he, quote, cannot admit the contention that the people who, for the first time being, occupy a certain portion of the earth's surface are necessarily entitled to exclude it from others who could use it better for the good of the whole, end of quote. In this regard, Buxton, a British Labour Party expert on imperial and colonial affairs, was in rare concord with the staunch conservative Winston Churchill. The latter, as the Secretary of the Colonies during the early years of British rule, played a key role in the colonization of Palestine, not the least by means of transforming the Balfour Declaration from a mere wartime promise into a binding legal obligation incorporated into the very terms of the mandate. In his typical brutishness, Churchill used bestial analogies to deny the historic rights of the Palestinians as well as other native communities across the globe to their lands. Explaining the logic that animated him as he was devising the terms of the Palestine Mandate, he declared to the 1937 Peel Commission, quote, I do not agree that the dog in a manger has the final right to the manger, even though he may have lain there for a very long time. I do not admit that right. I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. I do not admit it. I do not think that the Red Indians had any right to say the American continent belongs to us and we are not going to have any of these European settlers coming in here. They had not the right, nor had they the power. This is Churchill for you. This was essentially a new rehearsal of an old argument, whose genealogy could be traced to Grotius, Puffendorf, and Locke as they struggled to justify 17th century European expansion and colonization. Such arguments were updated for the 20th century by political figures and thinkers who engaged in the rhetoric of colonial developmentalism. Beyond its capitalist expressions, this rhetoric also had socialist iterations. Left-leaning advocates of Zionism wholeheartedly embraced the notion that colonization would bring economic progress. Vast sections of the European social democratic left were generally committed to the idea that colonization would bestow upon uncivilized people the benefit of a necessary induction into an essential developmental stage. Some were specifically exposed to the ideas of Palais Zion, which deployed socialist language in the service of a nationalist colonial vision, celebrating the inevitable radical overthrow on the part of progressive settlers of what they called reactionary native feudalism. Ramsay MacDonald, who ultimately became the first Labour Prime Minister, expressed similar sentiments, though he emphasized the importance of industry as well as agriculture. Touring Palestine in 1922 and hosted by Jewish labor leaderships there, he detected a conflict between the, quote, the Middle Ages and the 20th century, end of quote, noting that the Arabs, quote, do not and cannot use or develop the resources of Palestine. This was in contrast to Jewish colonists who were building a new garden city and factories in the middle of sand dunes. Does this sound familiar to you? Remember recent statements made from within the heads of the European Commission? Besides those socialists who were impressed by Zionist tractors and mechanized mills, there were others who framed Zionism as a utopia, bringing collectivist forms of ownership and a new redemptive spirit of cooperation to humankind. Thus, Martin Buber could lyrically proclaim in his philosophical and historical study of socialist utopian projects, quote, as I see history in the present, there's only one all-out effort to create a full cooperative, which justifies our speaking of success in the socialistic sense. And that is the Jewish village commune in its various forms, as found in Palestine. Nowhere else in the history of communal settlements is there this tireless groping for the form of community life. Nowhere else this continual trying and trying again, this going to it and getting down to it. Though he was a binationalist that was as sympathetic to Palestinians as the Zionists could possibly be, which is not very sympathetic, by the way, it did not occur to the eminent philosopher that every settler colonist utopia was a native dystopia. Now, Buber's view quoted here, expressed shortly after the Holocaust, was shared by Philo-Semites several decades before it. Their enthusiasm for Zionism as a utopian solution for the Jewish question was informed by such events as fin de siècle Russian pogroms and the Dreyfus Affair. Ironically, however, their framing was shared by reactionary figures who propagated an unabashedly anti-Semitic reading of history. Among those, the most influential was undoubtedly Lord Balfour, the man who was responsible for the anti-Jewish 1905 Aliens Act as Prime Minister of Britain and for the 1917 Balfour Declaration as Foreign Secretary. In his introduction to Sokolov's History of Zionism, Balfour framed the colonization of Palestine as a solution to what he saw as, quote, the problem of Jewish presence in the midst of Europe. Problem. Quote, conversations I held with Mr. Weizmann in January 1906, he noted, quote, convinced me that history could not thus be ignored, and that if a home was to be found for the Jewish people, homeless now for nearly 1900 years, it was vain to seek it anywhere but in Palestine, end of quote. This history that Balfour was referring to erased the Palestinian native from the story of Palestine, but it also further approached the centuries-old European Jewish experience from an anti-Semitic lens, seeing Zionism as, quote, a serious endeavor to mitigate the age-long miseries created for Western civilization by the presence in its midst of a body which it too long regarded as alien and even hostile, but which it was equally unable to expel or to absorb, end of quote. This guy has streets named after him in Israeli cities today. This vile anti-Semite, but also this vile anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab colonialist man. Balfour's declaration, combined with Churchill's incorporation of it into the terms of the mandate, paved the way for yet another framework for discussing Palestine, a legalistic one that utilized a skewed reading of the history of British promises during the Great War to marginalize Palestinians. From the onset of the British occupation of Palestine onwards, Zionists argued that Britain had a formal and binding obligation to facilitate Jewish colonization in Palestine, given the notorious short letter that Balfour wrote to Lord Rothschild during the war. Palestinian Arab representatives writing in English, like George Antonius and Emil Ghuri, tried to challenge that notion by bringing to light the promises for Arab independence included in the McMahon-Hussein correspondence. Writing for the British Foreign Policy Audience of International Affairs in 1937, at the height of the Palestine Great Revolt, Ghuri noted, quote, Zionists and their supporters have repeatedly tried to assert that Palestine was also excluded from the McMahon-Hussein Treaty. But Palestine was not excluded. In 1915, 93% of the population was Arab, and one could therefore very safely say that it was an Arab country. Palestine does not lie to the west of Damascus, it lies to the south. And France never had any interest in Palestine. France had their interests in Lebanon, and these she had asserted since 1860. If Sir Henry McMahon had meant to accept Palestine, he would have mentioned it by name. End of quote. Needless to say, I'm on minute 14 now, so 6 more minutes, correct? Okay. Needless to say, such compelling arguments were entirely ignored in Whitehall. What gained far more currency was a discourse of both-sidism originating from the heart of the Zionist movement itself. By this logic, Britain had to balance the needs of two legitimate nationalisms competing for the possession of one land. To any serious historian, this is nothing but smoke and mirrors, a recasting of what was actually happening on the ground. A European nationalist movement trying, by means of intensive colonization, to wrest control over a land away from a people that was already in possession of it. With or without modern nationalism, the latter, the Palestinian people, would have fought this attempt tooth and nail. With or without nationalism, it is self-evident that the lived connection of a Palestinian fallah, a peasant in Yazur, or Battir, or Taibe, or Tantura to their land was always far stronger than that of a Ukrainian, or a Polish, or a German Jew. By virtue of materiality, everyday life, the succession of lived memories, let alone the weight of centuries of accumulated genealogies, traditions, and histories. To put it quite simply, Jewish colonization could not have existed without Jewish nationalism, whereas indigenous Arab presence long predated the Syrian, Ottoman, Arab, and Palestinian nationalisms that had proliferated at various times in this southeastern corner of Bilad al-Sham. Of course, as we know, whereas the British spoke in both sidist parlance, their policy was far more tilted towards supporting the colonist side to which they were officially connected. This was essential to Zionist leaders, who were all in agreement on the need for British military intervention to suppress resolute Palestinian Arab opposition to the colonization of their lands. In the early 1920s, these leaders adopted two major competing frameworks for processing this clear opposition. On the one end of the spectrum stood Chaim Weizmann, who had tirelessly informed his British patrons and his fellow Zionists that Palestinian opposition to Zionism was the outcome of a historic misunderstanding of the movement's goals. A competing framing that was more honest if less gentle on the ears was put forth by Ze'ev Jabotinsky, the progenitor of the dominant brand of Israeli ideology reigning in the present. Remember, Ben-Zion Netanyahu was actually Jabotinsky's personal secretary, the father of Benjamin Netanyahu. In his Iron Wall, Vladimir Jabotinsky resolutely rejected the idea that Palestinian resistance is a product of a mere misunderstanding, and I'm quoting him here. There can be no voluntary agreement between ourselves and the Palestine Arabs, not now, nor in the prospective future. Except for those who were born blind, they realized long ago that it is utterly impossible to obtain the voluntary consent of the Palestine Arabs for converting Palestine from an Arab country into a country with a Jewish majority. My readers have a general idea of the history of colonization in other countries. I suggest that they consider all the precedents with which they are acquainted and see whether there is one solitary instance of any colonization being carried on with the consent of the native population. There is no such precedent. Now, the development of large-scale Palestinian protests in the 1920s and armed resistance in the mid-1930s led to the rise of yet another enduring framework for discussing Palestine's history, one centered upon the notions of violence, terror, fanaticism, and anti-Semitism. From the early 1920s onwards, Zionist leaders played a major role in inserting that language into the discussion. The Nabi Musa uprising of 1920, for instance, was widely described by them as a pogrom. This suggested that Palestinian protests, sometimes taking violent form, was caused by deep-seated hatred towards Jews rather than long-term opposition to Jewish colonization, activated in this particular instance by a serious explosion and gunfire that startled an assembled native crowd. Similar discourses prevailed during the 1921 Jaffa uprising and the 1921 Burak uprising. This spurious misframing of events went against the historical record. There is no evidence of a formalized and persistent ideological opposition to the Jewish presence in the midst of the Muslim majority or systematic targeting of their lives or possessions. This fact mattered little to colonial ideologues and historians as they attempted to equate between native anti-colonialism and the long-standing and immensely violent European anti-Semitic tradition. There was no Pale of Settlement or even a Jewish ghetto in Palestine. And Zionists could not point to a single 19th century or early 20th century massacre equivalent to Odessa, Kishinev, or Bialystok. Nor could they find in the literary annals of Palestine an Arab de Meister, Schopenhauer, or Renan. One instead finds Zahir al-Umar encouraging Jewish immigration to Tiberias in the 18th century, Palestinian urbanite acceptance or indifference to Eastern European and Yemenite religious Jewish settlement in Jerusalem in the 19th century, and condemnations in the Arab press of European treatment of Jews at the dawn of the 20th century. These facts were known to the British colonial authorities. As the Palin Commission established to investigate the 1920 Nabi Musa disturbances noted in its report, no serious attack, I'm quoting it here, no serious attack on the Jewish population in Palestine is recorded since the time of Ibrahim Pasha in 1840. Palestinian resistance, and I'm going to end here, but it's important for the present. Palestinian resistance was misframed in other ways. Whenever Palestinians dared to raise the rifle, they were accused of terrorism. That very accusation gave those dominating Palestinians, from British imperialists to Zionist settler colonists, broad license to arrest, collectively punish, maim, and kill Palestinians. The colonial reduction of armed Palestinian resistance to terror, Islamic fanaticism, and lowly brigandage could be traced to the Great Revolt of 1936 to 1939. This was in contrast to contemporaneous and posthumous Palestinian understandings of that event as a civic and armed struggle for independence that featured the longest general strike in modern human history and the most persistent agrarian mobilization in the interwar Middle East. That momentous process gave birth to Western calls for Palestinians, but never for the British and the Zionists, to lay down their arms and embrace nonviolence. These calls manifestly articulated a message of peace, but were actually justifying a vision of pacification. The cynicism underlying them was fully grasped across the anti-colonial world, even by the greatest proponents of nonviolent struggle, and I'm going to end on a quote by one of them. Invited by Zionist figures to comment on the Great Palestinian Revolt, the great Gandhi predictably declared in 1938 that he had wished that the Arabs, quote, had chosen the way of nonviolence in resisting what they rightly regarded as an unwarrantable encroachment upon their territory, end of quote. Yet, and he added a crucial qualifier to this statement, and I'm quoting him here, but according to the accepted canons of right and wrong, nothing can be said against the Arab resistance in the face of overwhelming odds, end of quote. Indeed, what Gandhi knew and what mainstream Western pundits willfully ignored was that the revolt emerged out of the ruins of a decade and a half of Palestinian official nonviolent resistance, which failed to halt the march of colonization or to bring about even a modicum of self-determination or independence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we will, on va passer aux questions. On a combien de temps? Combien? 10 minutes maximum. Donc moi I had some questions, but I'm not going to ask the question. So I'm giving je passe les questions au débat, au public.
Jean-Ami Milvas qui...
Je vais vous demander d'être très bref parce qu'on a 10 minutes.
Oui, il avait fait un film sur ses compagnons de la guerre du Kippour, et c'est un Israélien. Hein, et dans les interviews, l'un des personnages du film disait que les territoires acquis en 1967, après la guerre des 6 jours, ne seraient jamais rendus du fait des richesses en eau de ces territoires.
Oui, oui, alors cette remarque sur l'eau, évidemment, qui est centrale sur, à mon avis, tous les conflits, qui soient les conflits israélo-arabes hein, depuis 48-49. Vous avez raison, hein, c'est-à-dire que l'eau, comme dans nombreux conflits armés, c'est évidemment central hein, de pouvoir acquérir des ressources en eau souterraine ou surface. Évidemment, c'est central. Je vous remercie.
Je voudrais poser une... Allô, allô. Oui. Je voudrais poser une question concernant qui sont liées. Shall I speak in English or in French? I mean, I think I can both.
Je répondrai en français, mais vous répondrez en anglais.
I think that my question concerns both of you. It's the question of the purchase of land and the use and the politicization of the question of the hydraulic question. One of the main issues that starts long before the mandate period is the question of the status of the land, the statut foncier, which is changed, which is modified in 1864, if I remember. And there is a classification of the land. So when you are speaking about deserted land or falachin land, when we know that the land sometimes was sometimes the landowner was never on the land, and sometimes it's the musha, the collectivity of the village. So how do you treat the question of this substructure of users in this period?
Alors, c'est une question évidemment essentielle sur le statut des terres. Alors, pour moi, dans mes travaux, évidemment, je n'ai pas pu le présenter ici, mais ça m'intéresse évidemment beaucoup, puisque, en fait, vu que c'est le droit ottoman qui est en fonction, en fait, moi, je m'intéresse à savoir comment, en fait, les juges, en fait, britanniques sur les questions d'eau, en fait, interprètent les catégories, en fait, du droit foncier ottoman. Et souvent, ils l'interprètent à leur manière, c'est-à-dire qu'ils simplifient grandement. Mais en fait, ce qui est très intéressant, c'est que le statut, justement, des terres selon les catégories ottomanes, pour les questions d'eau, très vite, en fait, ça apparaît pas forcément central à partir des années 30, où, en fait, la question principale, c'est la question des terres cultivables. Et en fait... Et la question de savoir qu'est-ce que c'est une terre cultivable, c'est très intéressant parce qu'en fait, dans les rapports et dans les discussions, que ce soit du côté des Britanniques ou du côté des sionistes que j'ai principalement étudiés, en fait, les catégories foncières ottomanes ne sont pas reprises. Elles sont en fait, mais c'est vraiment, elles disparaissent complètement au profit de la question des techniques, en fait, de savoir, en gros, puisque les Britanniques, je vais faire très vite, puisque les Britanniques, au début des années 30, en fait, décident qu'une terre cultivable, c'est une terre, en fait, qu'un Palestinien, qu'il soit juif ou arabe, en fait, peut cultiver à lui tout seul. Donc, en fait, c'est vraiment aussi une catégorie technique, en fait, agricole, qui est mise en avant. Et en fait, ces catégories-là, pour la question des ressources en eau, elles disparaissent assez progressivement, en tout cas des discussions. Par exemple, le Mekorot, ça n'intéresse pas du tout au statut des terres. Oui.
Because of the development of industrial capitalism, the idea that land could be used in a commercial sense for the production of agricultural commodities led the Ottomans during the period of the Tanzimat in 1858 to establish a land law to regulate land so that it could be taxed, number one, and number two, could be bought and sold because of this demand to use land as capital. So that law did create 5 categories of land. Miri, which was technically owned by the government. Milk, which was privately owned. Matruk, which was land set aside for, let's say, village purposes. And waqf, which was religious endowment land, and then what was called mawat, which was essentially desert land. Now, the British inherited this system, and they agreed that the more land could be regulated legally, the more it would encourage, and this is the British point of view, encourage agricultural development, but it also would assist in purchasing of land. Now, musha' was not a legal category of land, but a method of cultivation. And the British, both in Palestine and Jordan, which is the subject of my first book, hated mushal. They said it inhibits agricultural production because instead of owning a piece of land, I, as a fellah, owned a share of the land which rotated year to year. What's interesting is that in both Jordan and Palestine, keeping land in mushal tenure actually worked against Zionist land purchases because they didn't want to buy a share in the land, they wanted to buy a piece of land. And so actually this facilitated keeping the land in the hands of owners was mushal. And so, but the entire land structure from 1858, the Ottoman Land Code, through the British Mandate was designed by whichever government it was to create a legal structure to encourage buying and selling of land and the ability of the government to tax the land. And so with this idea in mind, you had a marriage of particularly British concerns for land, which, as I said, were linked intricately with Zionist concerns for land, as well as quote-unquote development. So,
I mean, the one point I would add to this, and of course, I agree with my colleagues, but it's important to remember the politics behind this, which is that it wasn't just a question of them needing money, the British. They had a commitment, they made a commitment by designing the terms of the mandate on the basis of encouraging colonization in Palestine. Once you center the entire mandate, which is, again, they inserted it into the League of Nations intentionally. The whole logic of the mandate was to transfer lands from Palestinian Arab hands into Jewish hands at some point, in some way, and additionally to transfer people from Europe there. And you can argue about, well, they did try later on to revise the policy, they did try to do a wake-up call during the Hope Simpson report or whatever, but at the end of the day, they did not. They worked really hard to continue this policy, and that's the heart of the matter. Palestinians fought this tooth and nail, and the British fought very hard to keep it going because they were also pressured by the Zionists.
Okay, I think je vais mettre fin à cette séance et vous dire que donc ici on a deux écoles, une école américaine, une école française pour aborder les sujets. Et j'aurais bien aimé poser ma question sur la gestion de l'eau et de la terre, mais et de la complémentarité en fait des politiques et des héritages, mais je n'ai pas le temps. Je vous dis merci, merci à vous trois de vos papiers et au panel suivant. Je passe.
Et nous avons un casque personnel qui s'est confondu avec les casques d'interprétariat. On va le mettre à la banque d'accueil si la personne le retrouve.
Avec un boîtier.
Est-ce qu'il y a encore de l'eau? Mais de l'eau à boire.
Tout est OK. Vous m'entendez bien? OK, si j'ai pas de retour négatif, on va peut-être pouvoir donc commencer ce troisième panel consacré à l'Europe institutionnelle qu'on a, s'il vous plaît, qu'on a intitulé donc l'Europe institutionnelle, histoire d'une impuissance. Et peut-être en deux mots, avant de céder la parole aux intervenantes, sur cette Europe institutionnelle, le point de départ de cette histoire politique, disons, commence en 1957, au moment où est signé le traité de Rome, qui fonde donc la communauté économique européenne, ancêtre de l'Union européenne, qui, elle, apparaît officiellement avec le traité de Maastricht en 92. C'est un cadre fondateur, on va y revenir, les intervenantes vont y revenir, c'est un cadre fondateur qui a façonné la posture extérieure de la communauté européenne, dont l'ambition a été, formellement, disons, de se présenter comme un acteur normatif et de promouvoir le droit international et le multilatéralisme. Et donc, progressivement, vous avez des institutions européennes qui se structurent et qui permettent à l'Union européenne de se doter d'une diplomatie commune, bien qu'évidemment elle soit marquée par les divergences entre les différents États membres. Et c'est dans ce contexte qu'elle a commencé à définir sa position sur la question palestinienne. Alors je le dis vraiment très rapidement, mais le premier tournant majeur intervient avec la déclaration de Venise en 1980, la déclaration de Berlin en 1999, et puis dans les années 90, un ensemble d'initiatives, notamment au moment du processus d'Oslo. Voilà, je ne vais pas en dire plus. Je vais céder la parole immédiatement à nos intervenantes. La première d'entre elles, Daniela Huber. Vous êtes maîtresse de conférence au département de sciences politiques de l'université Roma III en Italie. Vous êtes également conseillère scientifique du programme Méditerranée, Moyen-Orient et Afrique de l'Institut des Affaires internationales. Et vous allez nous parler de l'évolution historique du rôle de l'Europe dans le conflit, dans une intervention que vous avez intitulée « De la communauté européenne à l'Union européenne en Israël-Palestine, continuité et rupture ». Je vous en prie.
Okay, does this work? I don't know if there are my slides. I need to press this. Yes, okay, good. Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizing team for organizing this conference and for hosting us here despite all the difficult circumstances, for your resilience and courage to do this. Now, I will present a more historical view. Let's say I'm a political scientist, so it's not really historical, but I will start from the Rome Treaty. And what I will present today is based on two works of mine. The first is a book I have published 4 years ago with State University of New York Press, and an article for the latter part, which is more for the current period, which I have published in the Journal of Common Market Studies. So I will look into the kind of historical evolution of the European role in Israel-Palestine, and I will do so in 4 periods. The initial period surrounding the Rome Treaty, then the period in which European foreign policy cooperation emerges, the period after the Cold War and in the US unipolar moment, and the last more multipolar period, which starts with the economic crisis, the Arab uprisings, and where we find ourselves now. So, of course, the European Community is founded with the Rome Treaty in 1957. That is just a few months after the invasion of Egypt of the UK, France, and Israel. It also takes place during the Algerian War of Independence. Indeed, Algeria is initially associated with the European Community. So what we should bear in mind here, that we are now moving to the European Community, to the European Union, is that, of course, there is a particular colonial history of the European Community that we should take into consideration. P.O. Hansen and Stefan Johnson have written a brilliant book about this. But what I would like to stress is that we also need to be aware that this move of foreign policy from the European states level to the European Community level kind of obscures the very concrete historical responsibilities which continue to sit at the member state level for Israel-Palestine, and which both a political but also, of course, an analytical move from the state level to the community level ignores. The European Community projects an image of a civilian power Europe onto the world, which distances itself from the European past without taking actual responsibility for it. Historical responsibility is typically relegated to a distant other, and moving along analytically also means, of course, not looking into these concrete ongoing legacies set by European colonialism, by European anti-Semitism. And so there is no concrete recognition of the impact which this European history has had on the Palestinians. Moving to the period after Arab independence and the Suez Crisis, the Suez Crisis in particular, regional politics are no longer dominated by Europe, but by the US and the Soviet Union, who cooperate to manage what they call the Arab-Israeli conflict through the United Nations initially. This European non-role becomes of increasing concern to the Europeans in wake of the 1967 and 1973 wars, which raised from a European perspective both security and economic concerns, particularly, of course, due to the oil boycott. So the European political cooperation on foreign policy is formed in 1970, and it begins to define foreign policy also on the issue of the Arab-Israeli conflict. Now, what is very interesting to observe in light of the theme of this panel in that period is that the discourse of the Europeans begins to change quite fundamentally. In the 1950s and 60s, Europeans had been no longer concerned with the issue of a Palestinian state as in the partition plan, but only referred to the Arab refugee issue, which has implicitly denied Palestinians both their national identity and their right to self-determination. In 1973, instead, we see quite a sea change in discourse, as the member states proceed with the following statement, which you can see here, where for the first time they speak of the legitimate rights of the Palestinians, now acknowledged as a people, and the need to end the occupation in line with international law. Shortly later, they start to speak of a Palestinian homeland. And even stronger is the Venice Declaration, which you can see here, which evidences European discomfort with the US-brokered Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty, which excluded the Palestine question. Again, what you can see here is that the Nine insist on international law, on the Palestinian right to self-determination, on the illegality of the settlements, on including the PLO into negotiations. But they also insist on two other points that I would like to draw your attention to, which is they insist on deoccupation, and they insist on the UN as a guarantor, which, of course, with the entrance of the US as mediator and monitor, the UN has gradually lost this role in the conflict. What, however, you do not find in this declaration is a right to a state. In other words, the declaration was different to the US position, but also to the position of the UN General Assembly, which in the same year, in 1980, determined the Palestinian right to a state. Some research claims that the EU is a normative power because it pushed the US into adopting the idea of Palestinian statehood, But this is somewhat incorrect because the normative push towards the right to statehood comes from the UN General Assembly, the non-aligned movement, and the Arab states. Because at that time, they were quite united on that issue and put pressure on the Europeans. So we could see this was a period where Arab unity on that particular foreign policy issue had an impact on European foreign policy. Let's then move into the next period, the end of the Cold War, which is the onset of the so-called US unipolar moment and of the so-called international liberal order. That order never led to liberty in the Arab world. Indeed, freedom in the Arab world drops significantly, as can be seen in this graph, where non-free states rise and partially free states decline. Now, this graph evidences a structural context in which, so you can see the non-free states are red, the hybrid states are yellow, and the free states are green. So this graph evidences a structural context in which Arab governments do not need consent of their populations for their foreign policies, including the peace process, which sets on in its various formations from the Oslo process to today's normalization process. Now, in this unipolar moment, both the Arab world and Europe move under the US umbrella. In the Arab world, there is less focus on the pan-Arabism of the 1960s and 70s or the Arab regionalism of the 70s and 80s. So there is actually less focus on Arab unity and more emphasis on state sovereignty. Fearing the rise of Iran, most Arab Gulf states move closer to the US, also militarily speaking. The Europeans enlarge the EU, but in an enlarged European Union, it is difficult to find consensus. So the move under this US umbrella of the Middle East peace process initially ensures also coherence amongst Europeans. US productive power in that moment is quite preponderant and evident in the peace process, and how the Arab states and the Europeans link into that and begin to somewhat diverge from their own focus on international law, Palestinian rights, the United Nations, and deoccupation. They all sign up to the idea that the occupied people in the Palestinian territory need to negotiate their rights with the occupying power, which gives the latter a de facto veto over that. This is evident, for example, in the 2002 Arab peace plan. It begins to speak of a just solution for the Palestinian refugees, while the 1980 Fah plan had insisted on UN Resolution 194. The Europeans, while they continue to insist, of course, on the illegality of the settlements, including later on with the differentiation policy, they no longer insist on deoccupation or on the role of the United Nations. Nowhere is this, for example, included in the paradigmatic. Now it doesn't move anymore. Okay, thank you very much. In the paradigmatic 1999 Berlin Declaration, the Berlin Declaration speaks of a Palestinian state as an option to be achieved through negotiations, thus not as a right. Furthermore, after the parliamentary elections in 2006, the EU follows the US no-contact policy with Hamas, which reinforces the division of the Palestinian political community. The European Union could have set up the same conditions for all actors, that is to comply with international law. So that would have actually strengthened the so-called international rules-based order, but that's not what the EU does. So what you see in the 1990s is a productive power of the United States, producing what Michel Patch and Somdit Sen have called the script of a peace process, which the Arabs and Europeans largely sign up to, and which has de facto never produced peace. It also appears that in this process, the capacity of the Europeans and the Arabs to produce their own script for peace, rooted in international law and in the international community as embodied by the United Nations, has largely been lost. Let's then move into the multipolar world, which IR scholars place roughly around the economic crisis of 2008. At that point, it is quite clear that the peace process has failed, has de facto resulted in the entrenchment of a one-state reality, where Palestine figures in urban enclaves. Tarek Bakoni has called this the Gazification of Palestine. The Europeans acknowledge single human rights violations in this reality, but do not acknowledge the structure in which these human rights violations occur systematically and which leading local and international human rights organizations have described as a form of apartheid. Furthermore, in 2011, the Arab world becomes not only divided, but splits up deeply. And the PLO at that point decides to turn to the so-called rules-based order and presents its non-member observer status to the UN. Palestine accedes to the Rome Statute in 2015 and refers the case of Palestine to the International Criminal Court. And what we can see now is that the Europeans become divided. Yeah, you can see that here that in 2003, votes in the UN General Assembly on asking advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the building of a wall, the Europeans abstained together. The second slide is the votes of the European member states in 2022, always in the UN General Assembly, regarding the case of the Palestinian right to self-determination referred by the UN General Assembly to the ICJ. And here you can see how divided actually the Europeans have been to vote on that. Now remember that in 1980, the 9 foreign ministers had actually insisted on the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by force, on the Palestinian right to self-determination, and on an end of occupation. This is precisely what the court is asked to look into in 2022. However, you can see that the Europeans are no longer united on that. So how can we explain this? And how can we also explain that for 2 years, the EU has taken virtually no action in line with the requests of the International Court of Justice to protect the Palestinian people under the Genocide Convention? Now, I was trying to find an answer to this question in this latest article of mine, because EU behavior doesn't make sense from a rationalist, realist view, so from what I call the logic, or what is in the IR literature called the logic of consequentiality, nor does it make a lot of sense from a value and norm-driven perspective, or what in the IR literature is called the logic of appropriateness, because the European Union undermines its global standing, as well as international law, in which it has a vested strategic and normative interest. And so an answer to that question might be that the EU is still based in or returning to what I have called a logic of coloniality in this particular case, and others like Hans Kudnani have called Euro-whiteness, where our democracies, the European project, and the international order it produces feature ethno-religious, if not racist, hierarchies in which Palestinians figure as partially rightsless subjects, or in other words, in legal subalternity, as R.D. Imsais has termed it. And this partial rightslessness is, of course, not of Palestinians, is not without consequences for our own democracies. There is, of course, a boomerang effect to it, and we could also see that in these days here. So I would stop here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation et cette remise en perspective historique de la politique étrangère de l'Europe vis-à-vis de la question de Palestine. Je vais laisser la parole à Mandy Turner. Vous êtes, Mandy, chercheuse associée à la Queen Mary University of London et au think tank Overseas Development Institute, qui est spécialisé dans le développement et l'humanitaire. Et vos travaux portent sur l'économie politique des conflits et de la paix, l'humanitaire, le multilatéralisme et évidemment sur la situation en Israël et en Palestine. Et je signale la publication de votre récent ouvrage « From the River to the Sea, Palestine and Israel in the Shadow of Peace », traduit récemment en arabe. Et donc, je vous cède la parole pour une intervention que vous avez intitulée « La construction de la paix occidentale comme contre-insurrection en Palestine occupée ». Je vous remercie.
Thank you. There's a couple of seats down here if anybody that's standing at the back want to come down. I want to start by thanking the organisers for pushing back on censorship and defending academic freedom. What you've done here this week has implications for academic freedom across Europe. It says we will not be dictated to by the state, nor by lobby groups. So thank you very, very much for making this possible. I'm going to start my talk by making one strong claim, which I will then try to back up by analysis based on historical sociology methods and historical counterfactual methods. Understanding what is happening in Palestine and Israel through terms such as peace, peace building, and two-state solution masks the reality, because it's using terms that's acceptable to everyone, but they have hidden meaning. So we need to unpack what these terms mean in the specific context of Palestine. So my analysis today will be predominantly focused on the past 30 years, but it still applies to the present day, and I'll make some final comments about the peace plans at the moment. I want to start by making a small disclaimer. It's the last vestige of the scoundrel. This conference is focused on Europe, but it is very difficult, I believe, to distinguish between what Europe does with what the United States and Britain does in terms of Palestine and Israel. I'm not talking about rhetoric, I'm talking about overall policy practice. In his talk this morning, Azmi Bashara also made the point that Europe has become America's junior partner in terms of policy towards the Middle East, and that's obviously correct. Now, Europe could and could still act differently to the United States, but it chooses not to. So I'm not only focusing on Europe, I'm focusing on the West in general. I also know that there's differences between European states, and these are getting wider. For instance, I don't think we can look at Ireland and Spain in the same way as we can look at Germany and Britain. But because of time constraints, I'm going to be talking about Western states as a whole. So my strong claim is that one of the central causes of the October 7th, 2023 attack by Hamas and other Palestinian groups on Israel lies in Western policy towards Palestine and Israel, which I have called in many publications, peace building is counterinsurgency. Now, I'll back up this claim by briefly outlining the past 30 years of the Oslo peace framework in Palestine and Israel. In historical sociology, we analyse events, such as October 7th, through three layers. We look at longer-term structural reasons, we look at proximate causes, and then we look at immediate triggers. Now, the longer-term structural reason for Hamas's attack is Israel's settler colonial apartheid system, because processes of dispossession and violence will always provoke opposition. The proximate cause of the attack was that the Oslo Accords and the Oslo framework turned into a counterinsurgency tool. This is primarily because Israel was not forced to stick to its side of the agreements, whereas Palestinians were subjected to increasing and ever-accumulating forms of control dressed up in the language of reform. The immediate trigger for the attack was the potential extension of the Abraham Accords to Saudi Arabia, because the Abraham Accords ignore the question of Palestinian rights, despite rhetoric to the contrary. So at each of these levels, these three levels, long-term, proximate, and trigger, the West has played a crucial determining role. Now, I'll leave aside the longer-term structural reasons of Israel's settler colonial apartheid system over Palestinians, mostly because that's already been covered by earlier panels. I will focus on the intermediate level of proximate causes and make some short concluding remarks about the current peace plans. So the proximate cause of October the 7th was the Oslo framework, which was developed in the aftermath of the peace agreements of 1993 to 1995. And this is where my peace building as counterinsurgency framework is useful. My basic argument is that Oslo turned into counterinsurgency. Whether it was designed to be or not, I will leave to another discussion, but this is what it turned into. So what do I mean by peace building as counterinsurgency? Well, counterinsurgency doctrine, or COIN for short, was developed by the French and the British to control their empires and defeat anti-colonial movements. The United States used COIN during the Cold War to defeat nationalist and socialist movements that challenged its economic and strategic interests. Counterinsurgency techniques were developed and applied by the British in Palestine, by the French in Algeria and Indochina, and by the Americans in Vietnam and Latin America. COIN was also applied during the United States War on Terror, and American General David Petraeus and other military strategists proposed a COIN for the 21st century that was codified in the 2007 US Counterinsurgency Field Manual. There's a lot that could be said about this, but what's important for my argument is that Petraeus and others argued that COIN had similar goals and strategies as human security and Western peace building. And in 2010, Petraeus made this argument directly to Mary Kaldor, who's one of the most prominent scholars of human security. By that point, human security had been operationalized into the security development nexus and the donor priority that development requires security. And this is what underpinned donor programs of security sector reform, state building, and good governance that was implemented by donors through their aid strategies. Local elites were to be co-opted, and elites who tried to resist these policies were to be marginalized and silenced. Now, the shared ontologies of peace building and COIN on the causes, consequences, and techniques of dealing with instability and conflict are clear and recognizable. The goal of both is to stabilize and pacify a society by promoting certain policies as related to governance, development, and security. But peace building does not operate in a vacuum. It takes place in specific socio-economic and political settings and affects these societies in specific ways. The ways in which Western peace-building practices intervened or intertwined with Israel's colonization practices created the inherently unstable and hugely violent political economy that's been experienced by Palestinians over the past 30 years. Now, Israel's counterinsurgency strategies against the Palestinian people involve what is referred to by COIN specialists as kinetic techniques, otherwise killing power, that covers direct military intervention, mass incarceration, detention without trial, torture, house demolitions, target assassinations, and collective punishment. Israel also uses pacification techniques of population control, such as restrictions on movement, marriage, and residency, and a closure regime of checkpoints, barriers, and a separation wall. The basic principle is to make life for Palestinians impossible. So it's within this context that the usual activities in the peace-building toolbox, state building, security sector reform, democracy promotion, private sector economic promotion, and support for civil society, this was the context in which these were pursued. So in the context of the occupied Palestinian territory, these principles, these activities, operated as another layer of pacification techniques that meshed with the structures of domination created by Israel. So if we take these three different spheres in turn, I'll briefly outline what I mean by them. So the three spheres of governance, economic development, and security, we can see how these operated in practice in the case of Palestine. So in the case of governance, Western strategies focused on supporting certain Palestinian elites and embedding their power in opposition to other elites. Now, using aid to prop up preferred political elites is common in peace processes or at the end of conflict. But in this context, the Palestinian elites were those that Israel and Western donors decided were acceptable. The United States, obviously the most important donor, played the main role, but European states also played an important role. I have labelled this the Partners for Peace discursive framework, because Palestinian political elites who were accepted as Partners for Peace were the ones that had been vetted and agreed on by Israel. Now, they also had an advantage over their opponents because they were then able to access sources of aid and political support. But this framework provided the ideological rationale for disciplining Palestinian political leadership when it followed policies that Israel and its Western allies did not like. There are many examples over the years of how this is operated. It's been clearly visible when Palestinian elites have tried to hold Israel accountable in the UN, in the ICC, or in the ICJ. The Partners for Peace discursive framework masks external interference into Palestinian politics and is used to manipulate and control. In the area of economic development, Western strategies focused on supporting the development of infrastructure and through the Paris Economic Protocol, which was the economic part of the Oslo Accords. Now, problematically, the Palestinian Authority's fiscal revenues are collected by Israel through a tax clearance system. And Israel can decide not to transfer these revenues when it so wishes, and it's now withholding $188 million a month since October the 7th, which is 65% of the Palestinian Authority's revenues. This holds the Palestinian Authority to ransom. In the area of security, Western strategies have focused on creating a Palestinian security force that's able to assure stability. But in this context, this has meant promoting and regulating security coordination between the Palestinian Authority and Israel under the auspices of the Americans, under conditions of occupation and colonization. Their primary job has been to police resistance against Israel. So Western peacebuilding has operated as another layer of pacification techniques which have acted to dismantle Palestinian resistance to Israel's colonization practices of dispossession, destruction, mass incarceration, de-development, and ethnic cleansing. The net effect of the Oslo structures and the Western donor policies has been to ensure that Israel's security is prioritised, that Palestinian elites are prepared to accept the Oslo frameworks that were kept in place, and that budget support and aid were there just to prevent extreme poverty and political instability. Now, these strategies of peacebuilding as counterinsurgency are packaged as legitimate tactics in the pursuit of peace. But in essence, the Oslo framework ended up in a situation in which Palestinians policed other Palestinians against resistance, while Israel continued to confiscate Palestinian land. However, I'm not saying that Palestinians had no agency, but their agency was restricted within a framework controlled by Israel and supported by Western donors, and this remains true today. So the ability of Palestinian elites to maneuver is limited to what Israel will accept, and Israel can control what they do by using bureaucratic techniques of cutting off tax transfers, shutting borders, rescinding travel documents, and of course it can use violent military actions. At crucial points, Western donors have also used diplomatic pressure, cut off aid, and sanctioned Palestinian political elites. We've seen this cycle repeat continuously over the past 30 years. Now, the first interim period of peacebuilding as counterinsurgency that began after the first Oslo Accords ended with the failure of the Accords to lead to a final status agreement. Then we saw the outbreak of the Second Intifada in September 2000 and Israel's response of extreme forms of military violence. What was the West's response? The West's response was the roadmap to reimpose stability and re-establish peacebuilding as counterinsurgency. Reform was the language, security was the objective. There was no attempt to impose any conditionalities on Israel. Western states could have intervened at this point to end the charade of a peace framework supposed to end in 1999, but they did not. Instead, after forcing reforms on the Palestinian Authority, including elections, Western states then refused to accept the result of the January 2006 election where Hamas was elected. The EU, as part of the Middle East Quartet, made future aid to the Palestinian Authority conditional on the new government committing to non-violence, recognition of Israel, and acceptance of previous agreements, including the Oslo Accords. But Hamas was elected because it rejected Oslo and because it was going to do something about the Palestinian Authority's corruption. So this was presumably what the Palestinian electorate wanted and why Hamas won. Now let's just imagine what might have happened if instead of isolating the Hamas government, Western states had engaged with it. And instead of supporting Israel unconditionally, Western states had demanded an end to Israel's occupation and colonization by using its powers of trade and diplomacy. Counterfactions are often used in historical and political analyses, so let's pose one here. If the West had not sanctioned and isolated the Hamas government, would we have seen the civil war between Hamas and Fatah and the split between the West Bank and Gaza? Would we have seen Israel's blockade on the Gaza Strip? Would we have seen October the 7th? My guess is that we might have seen a very different situation develop. But instead, the Oslo framework was reimposed with even greater levels of control. This led to an isolated and blockaded Gaza, an East Jerusalem cut off from the rest of the West Bank, and a West Bank archipelago of Palestinian towns and villages surrounded by Israel's illegal and ever-expanding colonies. It also led to an emboldened Israel which could do whatever it wished without facing consequences. So I would like to argue that the proximate cause of the October 7th attack was that the Oslo Accords and the Oslo framework had turned into a counterinsurgency tool. Because imposing policies designed to promote stabilization and pacification, while an occupying state takes more land and uses more violence, will always provoke opposition. What is more difficult to predict is how, when, and in what form this will take. Abdel Razak Takriti outlined this during the British Mandate period. So this history is longer than the 30-year period I'm outlining here. How long have I got? Am I out? Oh, good. So as I say, this history has been going on longer. Okay, no problem. Mish mishkila. But now, yet again, we are seeing the very same language of peace being instrumentalized, not to end Israel's occupation, but to further entrench it, not to lead to Palestinian self-determination, but to deny it until an undefined future date, perhaps never. Colonial rule has been labelled a peace board. Reform of the Palestinian Authority replaces sovereignty. The US administration a few days ago announced that it is proposing to build what it's called alternate safe communities in Gaza, where Palestinians who are vetted by Israel will be allowed to live. This is exactly the same as the Strategic Hamlets program that America funded in Vietnam. Peacebuilding as counterinsurgency is what underpins the current post-war plans for Gaza. But on each occasion that a peace is forced on Palestinians, more violence is needed to make it work, both bureaucratic violence and military violence. And to justify their actions, Western states resurrect the mythical peace process. On the 7th of October 2025, for instance, European leaders used Trump's 20-point Gaza peace plan as a pretext to freeze talks about sanctions on Israel. Palestinian lawyer Diana Boutou has called the two-state solution the magic pill that, when swallowed, makes Western states forget their obligations under international law to end Israel's occupation and violation of Palestinian rights. So I will finish with a caution. Beware the language of ceasefire and peace. The language of ceasefire has been twisted to mean a ceasefire not of Israeli bombs, but of Palestinian demands for self-determination, dignity and freedom. The phrase, give peace a chance, is again being used to deflect calls for justice and accountability. If Western and specifically European states, I've given up with the British state, want to see peace with justice and want to uphold the right to self-determination and international law, then they need to change their approach. The approach should be decolonization. There are policies they can use, but they choose not to. Some panels tomorrow will be dealing with this specific issue. Thanks again to the organisers for upholding the right to academic freedom. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup Mendy pour cette présentation très stimulante et pour la présentation de cette notion de contre-insurrection, la manière dont les politiques européennes ont déformé certaines notions convenues. Je vais laisser donc maintenant la parole à Muriel Hasbourg. Vous êtes chercheuse principale au sein de la division Afrique et Moyen-Orient au Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik, Fondation pour la science et la politique. Vous êtes également chercheuse à l'Institut allemand des affaires internationales et de sécurité à Berlin. Et vos recherches portent sur les dynamiques de conflit et la consolidation de la paix au Levant, c'est-à-dire en Israël, Palestine et en Syrie en particulier, sur les politiques moyen-orientales de l'Allemagne, de l'Europe et des États-Unis, et sur les questions de construction étatique, de réforme politique et de sécurité en Méditerranée orientale. Et votre intervention aujourd'hui porte sur une lecture critique des rôles de l'Union européenne en Palestine, dans laquelle vous allez nous présenter les deux grands mantras qui caractérisent sa politique à l'égard de la Palestine. Je vous en prie.
Thank you so much, François. I would like to join the earlier speakers in thanking the organizers. It's a great honor to be here, and I'm very, very happy that this is taking place in spite of the political pressure that's been exerted to stop people from speaking. I will focus my remarks on the period between the start of the peace process, or the so-called peace process, and 7 October 2023. And I think in this period, it becomes very clear that while the EU and its member states consider themselves as a guarantor of human rights, of international law, or how they like to call themselves, the normative power Europe. Actually, that's kind of an old term. They don't call themselves any longer like that, but they used to call themselves in this period like it. There is a huge gap between this rhetoric and the concrete European policies, and in particular, when we look at Israel-Palestine. I do want to look at this through two mantras that Europeans have been repeating time and again, and two mantras that are closely interlinked, and that brings me back to some of the issues that both Daniela and Mandy have already mentioned. The first mantra of European policies in this period has been that Europeans will support a two-state solution as the only viable approach to the conflict, while at the same time, Europeans have shied away from exerting any pressure in pushing that forward, and in particular, shying away from recognition of the state of Palestine. And the second related mantra is that the EU has supported reform of the Palestinian political system or the Palestinian Authority as a cornerstone of peace building, of state building, while at the same time it has deprioritized self-determination. So all the efforts at reform were actually not meant to build a viable, sovereign Palestine, but rather not to get there. Without doubt, the EU and its predecessors have in many respects been a forerunner in formulating positions or in taking positions that others have formulated before to relevant international fora. And we've spoken already in this session about some of the key declarations like the Venice Declaration, the Berlin Declaration, the Seville Declaration, that have led to a framing of the Palestine issue, focusing in this framing on the right to self-determination, the idea of Palestinian statehood, and parameters for conflict resolution based on the 1967 lines. And Europe has been, I would say, a key actor in shaping international language, bringing that into Security Council resolutions and other fora, basing their work, as Daniela has outlined, on what others have done before. Since the beginning of the Oslo process, the EU and its member states have also turned into the biggest donor for Palestinians in the larger sense, supporting state and institution building, civil society, the UN Refugee and Works Agency for Palestine refugees. Even though we have to see clearly that the trend since the Second Intifada has been that an ever-increasing percentage of European support has gone into humanitarian and emergency aid, and ever more restrictions have applied on funding for civil society in Palestine. At the same time, the EU and its member states have had a very, very limited role in really shaping conflict dynamics on the ground. I assume that other speakers will go into more depth why this has been the case. I would say there are at least three main factors. One, that the EU and its member states have accepted all through that the US is the main facilitator, the dominant force in the Middle East, and the EU and its member states generally hasn't questioned that. Second one being that EU member states have hidden behind Brussels rather than being a proponent of EU policies. So in cases where we have had progressive stances of a high representative, the EU member states haven't put their weight behind it, but rather have preferred or prioritized their bilateral relations with Israel over supporting EU institutions and EU representatives. And then third, and I think that has been illustrated by some of the slides that Daniela has shown, the divisions among EU member states that are based in historical experiences that are different from member state to member state, in different national identities, in different political cultures, in a varying degree of closeness to the US, have all led to weakening the EU as a power and weakened the activeness of the EU. We have seen that since 2016, the EU wasn't able to produce joint council conclusions on the Middle East. There hasn't been unity in voting in the UN, and the divisions have increased even more after 7 October, so that there hasn't been any agreement on the way forward and the use of available instruments, be it the question of an embargo of weapons deliveries, be it the question of sanctions, be it a more consistent differentiation, be it the question of recognition of the state of Palestine, be it the suspension of the association agreement with Israel, you name it. No agreement on any of these issues. I would say that actually quite early on in the Oslo process, we can speak of Europeans being in a state of strategic confusion when it comes to the Palestine question, and rhetoric and actual policies have widened, or the gap between them has widened ever more. And as I said, this shows in particular to these two mantras. So let me speak about this first mantra, the two-state solution. The EU and its member states have held that conflict resolution has to occur through a two-state solution, and to be more precise, a negotiated two-state solution. And there couldn't be any alternative to that. By doing so, the EU from the start, and member states from the start, have given Israel a veto over Palestinian self-determination. And at the same time, when you look all through this period from the early 1990s through to 2024, Europeans haven't ever seriously considered using the leverage that they potentially can have to push towards a two-state solution. So the instruments that Europeans actually have at hand to affect the cost-benefit analysis of parties to the conflict, and in particular Israel, haven't been used, haven't been employed, haven't even been seriously discussed. And therefore, even when Europeans have criticized Israel, for example, for its settlement policies, for annexation policies, that hasn't incurred any cost for Israel. And it was also clear to Israel that it wouldn't incur any cost. Just to give one example, in 2008, the EU decided that the formal upgrade of relations between EU and Israel that had already been decided was to be suspended. And in 2012, the EU decided to suspend meetings of the EU-Israel Association Council. But the message that could have gone to Jerusalem from these signals was completely deflected, because at the same time we see an ever closer cooperation between Israel and EU institutions, for example, in the context of Horizon 2020. We see an ever closer cooperation between EU and member states, and particularly so in the field of military cooperation, arms cooperation, and intelligence cooperation. So while there was a formal holding of the upgrade of relations, in reality, relations between the EU and Israel have become ever closer, and that has been the trend all through. And therefore, all the signals that Europeans might have wanted to give through their rhetoric haven't been received at the other end. Mandy has also already spoken about that. Never ever has been there a conditioning of contacts or of cooperation with Israeli actors. We see that Israel is accusing Europeans time and again of being anti-Israel, of being anti-Semitic, of being one-sided in favor of the Palestinians. But actually, the opposite is true when we look at how Europeans deal with Israelis and with Palestinians, because after the Hamas election victory in 2006, it is Europe that conditioned the contacts with the Palestinians on their commitment to the recognition of Israel, the commitment to agreements signed earlier, and the renunciation of violence. People find it often strange even to think about that this could be an ask of Israeli interlocutors or Israeli partners. But of course, one could just refer to commitment to international law from all partners that Europeans want to work with. That hasn't been the case. What also I think is important to look at is the lowering of ambitions that we have seen over the last decade before October 7. The entrenchment of a one-state reality with unequal rights has led the Europeans, and the failure of the last US mediation talks in 2014 actually has led to a European position that has said our ambition is no longer to contributing to the implementation of a two-state solution, but rather to maintaining that option on the table, When we look at relevant EU documents, we see that while, for example, in the 2003 EU security strategy, Israel-Palestine is still seen as a key conflict, and engagement there is seen as a strategic priority. Look, 13 years later, in 2016, the EU global strategy, Israel-Palestine is no longer a strategic priority. It is no longer considered a key conflict. And of course, I've already said it, Europeans have not recognized Palestine, the state of Palestine, even though in the Berlin Declaration in 1999, they announced that that recognition would follow in due time. Apparently, they have felt that time never is due to recognize Palestine. Worse than that, not only have Europeans not recognized Palestine, I said I'm speaking not on the last 2 years, of course, they have also pushed the Palestinian leadership not to go for declaration of independence. They have pushed the Palestinian leadership not to join international organizations. They have pushed the Palestinian leadership not to go for international jurisdiction and international justice. And therefore, I would say they have not only not worked themselves for realizing the right of self-determination, they have also actively worked against it and tried to prevent Palestinians from realizing it themselves in, anyhow, a worse international situation. I would therefore say that the EU and its member states share very much in the responsibility for the failure of the Oslo approach, in the failure to achieve steps towards realizing Palestinian self-determination. They have actively undermined Palestinian efforts at self-determination and have always prioritized close relations with Israel. So they share also in the responsibility for the relapse into existential conflict over all of territory of British Mandate Palestine that has occurred, of course, before October 7, not on October 7. So the EU and its member states bear responsibility here, which doesn't mean that they are the only, and maybe not even the most important actor, but they are an important actor. And it's only after the horrors of what is happening in Gaza that suddenly EU representatives and member states have started again making conflict resolution a talking point, that we see a willingness of at least some EU member states to use leverage that they have, that they speak about recognizing the state of Palestine, that some of them have recognized the state of Palestine, that there is talk about suspending the association agreement and so on. But also, and again, Mandy has already mentioned it, it seems to me that in Brussels there was a big sigh of relief before the last Foreign Affairs Council meeting, because with the ceasefire and the Trump plan, now finally Europeans don't have agree on any of these measures that would put them into confrontation with Israel. The second mantra is that the EU has been the main actor in support of what is called Palestinian institution building and reform, and they have always claimed that this would develop effective governance, state institutions, and would serve establishing the nucleus of a Palestinian state, thus serve self-determination. Yet, in reality, what we see, it's not been happening in the service of self-determination. What has actually happened is that all the reform that has taken place has not been aimed at establishing accountability of the Palestinian leadership towards their own population, towards their own people, but rather towards the donor community and international actors. And all that with the aim not of realizing self-determination, but rather upholding the regime that was established in Oslo, the regime of joint conflict management with the Palestinian Authority as a subcontractor of the occupation, with specific roles for it. So when we look at different periods of or episodes of reform and how Europeans have supported it, we see this, I think, very clearly. We see that, for example, in 2003, on European pressure in the context of the roadmap and with a lot of European consultancy for changing the constitution, an office of a prime minister was established so as to weaken the Palestinian president, not so as to make the system more democratic and more accountable to the Palestinians, but rather to weaken a person that was no longer considered helpful in reviving the peace process. And in installing somebody who has been willing to go along with continued cooperation and security coordination with Israel, whatever Israel, from the Israeli side came with regards to violations of the Oslo Accords. We have also seen all through that an ever more authoritarian governance by the Palestinian Authority hasn't incurred any cost for the Palestinian leadership. EU financial support that would usually or should have followed the principle of more for more in the context of the European neighborhood policy has been completely delinked when it comes to support for the Palestinian Authority from performance with regards to governance and human rights. And even in the situation where we saw their not so slow, but rather fast dismantling, the systematic dismantling, one has to say, of the separation of powers in the Palestinian Authority system, the dismantlement of all checks and balances and ever greater repression, the monopolization of power at the presidency, that at no point has led to a principled review of EU support to the Palestinian leadership. And that is exactly the case because it's not about establishing any kind of system that is accountable to the Palestinian people, but that fulfills the functions in the Oslo system. And we see that now there is quite a lot of panic, actually, in the sense that the PA is about to collapse, that it is being collapsed, one has to say, purposefully by the Israeli right-wing parties in the government. So European states see themselves forced to go back to direct budget support in order to avoid that collapse. Again, without conditionality in the sense of trying to go back to a more accountable system, but demanding reform that would serve the purposes of that system. First and foremost, reform of the security sector that makes the Palestinian security forces able to do what Mandy has said, counterinsurgency, rather than protection of the Palestinian people. And we see that the reform that is being supported by the Europeans, that the Mustafa government is actually doing right now, is maybe aimed at making the government more effective, increase a bit the output legitimacy, but that doesn't affect the political system and the regime as such at all. I think one more layer in this, and that is important, is that demands for reform that have come from Europeans, maybe first and foremost from some member states, but have also been integrated in the EU reform agenda for the PA, have first and foremost satisfied or aimed at satisfying Israeli demands, imposing an Israeli narrative, deflecting from developments on the ground. I would like to mention the school book reform, an ongoing saga that will never satisfy, actually, but that is one of the issues. Then, of course, the reform of payments to political prisoners and martyrs. And this is also, I think, the pattern that we see when we look at reforms under the Trump 20-point plan, that this is, again, once more about capacity building for the security sector, and then reform that is actually aimed at limiting foreign policy options and options of the Palestinian Authority, rather than striving for accountability or a more accountable system. So the link that is made between the 20-point plan and the deal of the century actually imposes that the Palestinian leadership wouldn't be able to use recourse to international justice and international fora, and then Israel would have a veto over this reform progress, or over the assessment of how far reforms have gone. And if they are happy, then the PA might be able also to play a role in Gaza. I see that this last bit has been no longer in the new draft of the Security Council resolution, but it's still in the Trump plan, of course, that the Security Council resolution refers to. The big problem, and I think I want to end on that, is that when we look at the Security Council resolution that is currently being drafted, and that the 20-point plan that has just been endorsed by the G7, that this will provide international legitimacy to potentially long-term military occupation of Gaza, the split of Gaza into two, the return to a mandate-like foreign rule under this Board of Peace, the continuation of the blockade and the entrenchment of the split between West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And the big question is here, if the Europeans can at least once live up to the approach that they have been working on, not as an EU, not as an EU 27, but at least some of the member states have been involved. And I'm speaking about the French-Saudi initiative, the Global Coalition for a Two-State Solution, and the New York Declaration that was widely accepted by the UN General Assembly. Now, one can also have a lot of criticism of these initiatives, but compare that to what we are currently being seen installed in Gaza, looks at least much less worse to me. Question is, will the Europeans fight for that alternative approach, or will in the end they be once more just an accessory to the scheme that the US administration and the Blair Initiative are currently rolling out?
Ça fonctionne. Merci infiniment pour cette présentation passionnante. Avant de laisser la parole au public, peut-être un petit mot de, je ne sais pas si on peut dire conclusion, mais de synthèse. Vos présentations suggèrent, j'aurais même tendance à dire montrent, que les politiques européennes n'ont pas été incapables ou inopérantes dans la mise en place d'un cadre politique et légal susceptible de faire appliquer le droit, mais au contraire que ce sont des politiques actives, productives, conçues plutôt pour garantir le maintien d'un statu quo qui en fait n'en est pas un et qui contribue à la dépossession politique et territoriale. À plusieurs reprises dans vos interventions, j'ai entendu cette idée de, vous ne l'avez pas mentionné, mais de subversion de certains principes politiques qui auraient permis, sous couvert de respecter la grammaire justement de ces principes, de détourner l'attention pour poursuivre une politique qui ne va pas dans le sens de l'application du droit précisément. Daniela Huber, je ne prendrai qu'un seul exemple, mais j'ai entendu ça dans votre exposé, comment on est passé dans les années 50, 60, de la défense de l'autodétermination des Palestiniens à la seule question des réfugiés. Mandy Turner, comment la grammaire de la paix et du processus de paix a été complètement instrumentalisée dans cette logique que vous avez nommée une logique contre-insurrectionnelle. Et à l'instant, Muriel Hasbourg, comment la solution à deux États et la question de la réforme des institutions palestiniennes sont devenus des instruments pour maintenir le système d'Oslo, où l'autorité palestinienne agit comme sous-traitant de l'occupation, sans que jamais ces politiques finalement ne questionnent véritablement le système d'occupation. Voilà, je ne sais pas si c'est la bonne... en tout cas, l'histoire de cette impuissance, on pourrait, à minima, je crois, mettre un point d'interrogation. Et je laisse la parole. Voilà, bah alors ça va. Alors, la première.
Hello, thanks a lot for the presentations. I have the question maybe for Mandy and Muriel. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the role of civil society in this context, in the context of kind of peace building or Western peace building, because I think that this kind of NGOization of Palestine and the framing of humanitarian aid is a particularly problematic one. Thanks.
Je prends une deuxième question, vous voulez...
Thank you. I think you've given a very clear picture of all the mistakes and the problems made. Could you talk a little bit about some of the reasons why this is? I mean, I suppose one explanation could be the supremacy of American policymaking and the sidelining of European power in this policymaking, but it could also perhaps be something about the role of knowledge and academic knowledge. I mean, these warnings have been clear from experts such as yourself for the last 20 years. So what are your views on why these failures have continued to happen so clearly?
Okay. It's a really good question on the issue of civil society and the NGOization. If you haven't read the book by Lisa Bongalia, which I've forgotten the name of for a minute, it's fabulous. What she does is she traces the way in which American counterterrorism legislation has been imposed on NGOs in the West Bank. And this has created another level of counterinsurgency, basically. You manipulate who can access funds. You make it impossible for community-based organisations who don't sign the list, which means they can access donor funds. It then means that those who do get donor funds, there's a fundamental disjuncture between the grassroots and the NGOs because they're not representing the people on the ground. So the Western funds that go, and the EU is also doing this. When I left Palestine in 2019, Western donors were telling me that they were starting to insist on the organisations that they were going to fund would not have signed up to boycott, divestment and sanctions. Now that's interfering in Palestinian politics, particularly given that BDS is a non-violent civil society-led organisation. So what's left? What's left for Palestinians to do? They're blocked from international legal mechanisms. They're blocked from BDS. It doesn't leave much space for them to do anything else. So you're absolutely right. The ways in which to talk about peace building through civil society, but then block different types of activities is problematic. Sunny, if I understood your question correctly, are you saying why is this happening? Oh my God, we need another conference. The brief version. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think the problem lies with the British. All problems lie with the British. All the problems lie with the British. So the British Empire and the idea of Britain's colonial control over the Holy Lands was important for its empire, right? And then the Americans have taken over after the Second World War period. And for all different reasons, basically strategic, racist, orientalist, and internal political lobbies, it's continued. The problem, of course, is that now we're in a situation where I think young people now, they don't buy it anymore. That's why we're seeing massive amounts of activities from young people, our students, our young people on the streets. They no longer buy this. There's a really big disjuncture between what the elites say and even who runs our universities, what they think, and what young people think. If you look at the opinion polls, it's vastly different. So while I think that the problem lies in European colonialism and racism, I think that the young people are no longer buying that. And that's because they are, they've grown up with anti-racism. They've grown up with decolonization. That's their mantras at the moment, right? So I have hope in them for the future, that we can push towards a future where Palestine is not the victim anymore, that Palestine becomes the emblem of solidarity and freedom.
I'll try to add to what Mandy has said on the first question of civil society. When we look at the recent developments, I think it's striking and stark to see that after October 7, actually the EU slashed all funding for Palestinian civil society. A commissioner did that against his competency, but still he did it. So in a situation where the rhetoric was, we want to strengthen moderate elements against violent resistance, actually the EU did exactly the opposite. Before, we already saw that when Israel started criminalizing NGOs, the backbone of the Palestinian civil society, EU and its member states didn't really try to work against that and strengthen these organizations or support them, protect them. And we currently see this process that all international NGOs have to register and provide a lot of data and information about their local staff, international staff. And again, I don't see neither the Europeans nor other internationals actually trying to work on that issue, which will have very, very grave consequences for the ability of basically anybody to work in the Palestinian territories. On the other questions of the reasons, maybe four. I'll be short. 4 short reasons. A, racism. B, an interpretation of historical responsibility, and here I speak first and foremost about Germany, but it's also other member states, that translates into support for Israeli governments rather than any other kind of lessons that could be drawn from the horrors of the Holocaust and German wars of aggression. C, interest in close relations with Israel, and these interests have become even more important in the context of the war in Ukraine. And D, and maybe that links to the racism point, the strengthening of the right wing in Europe and their Islamophobic, anti-Arab stances, and a lot of admiration for Israeli policies.
Yeah, I just answered to your question, following up on what you said. Well, I think it's really a US preponderance which has produced this mantra of the peace process. And it began to produce it almost 50 years ago, right, when the US took over peacemaking from the United Nations. It took it over in 1973 because the argument was the UN had failed. There were two wars, the UN had failed. Now we have 50 years of US failure in providing peace, which is very clear with what has happened in the last 2 years. So someone should start to question this mantra as well. And I think what is crucial here is why it's not really questioned is Arab weakness. What I tried to bring across in my talk is that the Europeans changed their position when there was Arab unity, and Arabs had a very clear position rooted in UN resolutions, for example. That is absent in this moment, right? The Arabs are as divided as the Europeans appear. And then, of course, the third answer is actually what I write in my article, that there is a logic of coloniality to this. And here I would link also to what Muriel said, because I think that this logic has grown also as a response to the growth of right-wing populism in Europe, which has shifted the discourse into that direction. I stop here.
Bon, alors on stoppe ce panel. Merci beaucoup infiniment à vous trois d'avoir présenté ces papiers et ces réflexions vraiment passionnantes. On va passer immédiatement au dernier panel de la journée consacré à l'uniformisation des politiques européennes. Je vous remercie.
Donc, bonsoir à tous. Donc, je suis très heureuse d'ouvrir ce dernier panel de la journée intitulé « Vers une uniformisation des politiques étrangères européennes » avec un point d'interrogation. Mais on a déjà compris par le panel précédent qu'il y a beaucoup de divisions entre les États membres. Et du coup, je vais commencer par donner la parole à Sinem Akgül, qui est professeure de relations internationales et directrice du département de sciences politiques et de relations internationales à l'université de Kadir Has en Turquie. Et elle est également chercheuse titulaire dans un centre de recherche à l'université Carleton au Canada, centre de recherche sur la Turquie contemporaine. Ses recherches portent sur les études de sécurité, les politiques étrangères et de voisinage de l'UE. Et elle va du coup présenter une intervention intitulée eh bien, je vais lui laisser donner son titre. C'est allé un peu vite. Ah, c'est là. The development of the... Non, c'est pas ça. Internal contestation and regional fragmentation, EU policy towards the Israel-Palestinian conflict. Merci beaucoup.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here, and I appreciate the efforts of the organizers for their dedication to organize this conference, despite what's going on, and their stand on academic freedom. Sorry, my voice is a little bit, bad. I have just recovered, and however, I will survive. My presentation is on the impact of the factors that hamper the effectiveness and the coherence of EU foreign policy towards Israel and Palestine. And this presentation basically relies on a former paper with my colleague on the EU policy towards Israel and Palestine conflict, the limitations of mitigation strategies, which appeared in International Spectator. It's a part of a Horizon project focusing on EU foreign policy limitations, which is based on 3 concepts, and those concepts are internal contestation, multipolar competition, and regional fragmentations. And out of this, a special issue on EU foreign policy was published. Basically, my expertise is on EU foreign policy. I'm not a Middle East expert, but I work on EU foreign policy specifically in the neighborhood region, and Israel-Palestine conflict is one of them, specifically from the security perspective. So, EU policy towards Israel and Palestine conflict has served as a major barometer of the Union's ability to formulate a foreign policy, a cohesive foreign policy. In other words, this issue, this conflict, has become a test case for EU foreign policy. And in the EU's official discourses, and I have to repeat the previous panel somehow, there are 2 important points that I need to depart from, and they have their roots in history covered in Daniela's presentation. And first of all, for the European Union, this conflict and the Middle East peace process has been a strategic priority. I'm not using the strategic priority myself. It is the EU official discourse. And this appears in all EU security documents. Of course, this is up until Russia-Ukraine war, which slightly overshadowed EU's policy, the importance of EU's policy towards the Middle East. Secondly, the departure point is the 2-state solution as a formula for conflict resolution since 1967, which is also covered in the previous panel a lot. And so sometimes I have to get into this, but I will do my best not to repeat. So even though EU sets this objective, a strategic priority, 2-state solution, EU foreign and security policy towards Israel and Palestine is ineffective. And I don't know how to properly say this, but EU talks the talk but does not walk the walk. And thus I will talk on the impact of the factors that hamper the effectiveness and the coherence of EU foreign policy towards Israel and Palestine, towards the conflict. So why the EU is ineffective? First of all, because of the internal divisions, contestations among EU member countries. Secondly, because of the interplay of regional fragmentations or the local dynamics, let me put it that way. And thirdly, with global competition, specifically due to US policies, and you raised the question about this. And all these three constraints, I will explain them one by one, have limited the EU's capacity and capability to act. So before explaining those reasons why the EU is ineffective, we need to look into what the EU has not acted successfully, as expected from a normative, civilian, global, whatever type of a power you could think of, but a foreign policy actor or even a geopolitical one as claimed by the EU itself. So in other words, what the EU has not done. And I have 4 factors, but they could be generated more deeply. But right now, briefly, I will explain this in 4 points. First of all, EU cannot recognize Palestinian state. This was raised in the previous panel. But the EU as a whole, just to repeat some of the facts, EU as a whole, as an institution, cannot recognize the Palestinian statehood by the institution itself. But several European member states can. I'm not getting into those details, which country is recognized, which not, but it is obvious that two-state solution cannot be achieved without acknowledging Palestinian statehood. And this highlights a key tension. While the EU officially supports a two-state solution, it remains divided on the timing and the methodology or the method of recognizing Palestinian statehood. So EU cannot recognize the Palestinian state. Secondly, EU cannot sanction Israel. Even though EU condemns Israeli actions, including the expansion of settlements for many years, its violation of international law, it cannot put its resolutions, declarations into concrete actions. In other words, the EU cannot punish, it's not proper to say, but EU cannot sanction Israel, but it continues with its practical and economic engagement. Most recently, what happened in Gaza, after what happened in Gaza, the escalating humanitarian catastrophe, the civilian death toll, and Israel's continued obstruction of the humanitarian aid led to the fact that EU could condemn more seriously and talk more seriously. However, there's one fact that the suspension of the association agreement with Israel is tabled despite the Commission's proposal. This agreement links trade to respect for human rights and democratic principles in its Article 2, but it cannot be seriously leveraged by the EU for diplomatic or economic influence. And this became very evident with the Russia-Ukraine war. It's not right to compare the two conflicts and EU's approach to those two conflicts, but in Russia-Ukraine war, the EU has acted relatively efficient in implementing sanctions against Russia and curbing Russian economy. And this creates criticisms of double standards. So, EU cannot sanction Israel. Thirdly, EU cannot lead state building in Palestine with its assistance mechanisms, and this is also a fact that was raised by the previous speakers. The EU is criticized for its inability to encourage Palestinians to seriously pursue state building. EU had 2 operations in the region, EU BAM Rafah and EU Police Mission, and the vast amount of EU aid could not bring good governance dynamics to Palestinian governance. And Palestinian politics remain divided. Human rights and rule of law is an issue. And so EU assistance, aid, and support in any kind has not efficiently led to state building. But this is the most important impact that the EU has done, when you have comparisons. The EU aid, in a nutshell, has not been matched by political engagement and support from the EU capitals. And finally, the fourth, what the EU cannot or has not done, EU cannot be the broker, EU cannot be the mediator or the peace builder, despite all the rhetoric and the modest actions, including being in the quartet. So it is Trump, it is US taking the lead. It recently Trump, but previously US, all times US taking the lead, including the Gaza Peace Summit held recently. So these are the things that EU cannot do. And so why the EU cannot walk the walk, as I mentioned, despite all the resolutions, despite all the statements, and the question why. First of all, internal contestations among member countries. Even within the EU institutions itself. So this limits, this internal divisions, divergences of views, limit EU's ability to achieve what is to be done as a, foreign policy actor or a kind of a power, how you can name it. This is basically, of course, due to its decision-making mechanism, which requires unanimity in foreign policy in general. So this brings a very important impediment for EU being effective in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Some examples of divergences. For instance, Hungary is kind of an important, a telling example. The reluctance to criticize Israel in Hungary has stemmed not only from the far-right political tendencies of Orban, who has a close relationship with the Israeli government, but also the fact that Hungary is one of Israel's main trading partners. So one country. There are defense links with Israel. Israeli drones are purchased by some European countries. Historical responsibility is an issue in the case of Germany. It continues to shape its foreign policy. And for instance, very recently, German foreign minister said that Germany will continue to support Israel, including weapons deliveries. So these are the divergences that could be given as examples. One of them is the suspension of association agreement still remains a taboo for some countries, including Germany, Hungary, Austria, Czech Republic. And even though it's an official EU policy, no contact policy with Hamas, there are some countries that thinks that there should be informal talks, specifically, who have a moderate and pragmatic view of the issue, Ireland, Spain, and Nordic countries. So, on the ground, it seems that, in reality, it seems that the EU member countries are divided into three camps. The first group emphasizes human rights, international law, and they are seen pro-Palestinian, including Ireland, Belgium, Luxembourg, recently, Spain. There's a second group which has a balanced opinion, balanced approach, which states good relations with both Israel and Palestine, including Denmark, France, recently, up until recently, Spain would fall into that category. And thirdly, there are countries who support Israel, like Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Czech Republic. So this is why EU cannot act, internal divisions. The second factor that limits EU's ability to act is the multipolar or regional competition that rules the EU as an actor. So basically, it is the US who is the main provider of Israel's security sector and almost the only actor with the leverage over Israel. And Since 1970s, the US dominated the mediation efforts, and Washington continues to refrain from putting meaningful pressure on the Israelis. So it's basically the US that overshadows EU's presence, not presence, but EU's contribution. Other than that, Russia had a role, but the war in Ukraine diminished Russia's role in the region, not erased it, but importantly for the Middle East peace process, the role of the Quartet, Russia's invasion of Ukraine changed a lot. And is there any regional capacity, regional polarity? No, basically the answer is no. For instance, the Abraham Accords, with barely any preconditions on the Palestinian question, has reassured Israel that it can have relations with the rest of the world, including the Arab countries, without investing in peace with the Palestinians. So, in a nutshell, US predominance remains, and this is why, one of the reasons why EU cannot act. And finally, regional fragmentations, or let me put it as local dynamics, also matter for the EU not to act effectively, because EU cannot get into the local business or local mechanisms of working. In the case of Palestine, the lack of Palestinian reconciliation between the authorities, Palestinian Authority and Hamas, as well as the erosion of legitimacy and the conditions of security, have all contributed to the recognition that the two-state solution has reached a dead end in that case. So EU cannot get into this picture. And Israel, in the case of Israel, the right-wing shift or the right-wing persistence has had a significant impact on policies related to settlements, peace process, and relations with Palestinians, affecting the overall political landscape in Israel. Thus, this Palestine, this Israel, does not create a conducive environment for the EU to deal with the dynamics of the issue as a foreign policy actor. Okay, in conclusion, even though EU is an ineffective actor, this does not mean that the Union does not try and does not mitigate the effects of these constraints. In diplomatic terms, EU takes part, initiates in multilateral platforms, and it's also a multi-country platform which works on unanimity, but it's, again, a multilateral platform itself. In functional terms, it provides humanitarian aid and financial assistance to Palestine for better living conditions and for state building. And in institutional terms, EU is using its foreign policy tools in the region, conducted two operations, one for state building, one for assisting Rafah crossing in Gaza. So it can employ its foreign policy instruments, and in the paper that I mentioned, we kind of analyzed all these mitigation strategies. However, the conclusion stays the same. EU has not lived up the expectations in the Israel-Palestine conflict. So EU's actorness, EU's foreign policy actorness, depends on its capacity to reconcile its strategic dynamics with its commitment to international law and human rights. I mean, we should maybe expect less from the EU as a final statement, and thank you.
Pour cette intervention et d'avoir respecté le temps, et une intervention qui fait bien le pont avec les précédentes communications du panel 3. À présent, je vais donner la parole à Omran Shroufi, qui est chercheur postdoc à la VUB à Bruxelles. Il est politiste, il a obtenu son doctorat à l'université de York et il travaille sur l'émergence des partis d'extrême droite pro-israéliens en Europe occidentale. Il a publié sur ce sujet, sur donc l'idéologie d'extrême droite, la politique allemande et le populisme et l'antipopulisme. Et sa communication d'aujourd'hui porte sur ce sujet et donc s'intitule The Development of Pro-Israel Far-Right Parties between 1997 and 2025.
Okay, so hello everybody. Thank you for staying with us. I know it's late and you're tired. I'm also quite tired. And also, just to add what the other speakers have said, thank you to the organisers for organising this. I think, like many of the people, I was shocked when I heard this was cancelled. And I think what's noticeable is if you listen to the talks, and please no offence to anybody, it's quite a mundane conference, and it's incredible that the way that people thought this would be some crazy outpouring of activism where we'd be shouting Free Palestine, death to Israel, none of that. So anyway, so today I'm presenting some work from my doctoral thesis, and yeah, it's about the development of what I argue is this kind of pro-Israel far right. So, sorry, wrong button. Over here. Okay, so maybe to start off with, what are we talking about? And yeah, I mean, when I started looking at this about 10 years ago, people were kind of surprised and shocked to hear that the far right might be supportive of Israel. And I think now most of us know this is kind of, it's become almost the norm. Yeah, so, and here are some images I've got that you might have seen or might be recognizable. The top left here, we have Matteo Salvini, when he was Deputy Prime Minister of the short-lived Lega Five-Star Movement Coalition from the far-right Lega Party in 2018, where he met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We have top right here, Philip de Winter from the Flemish Vlaams Belang, another far-right party, when he was in Israel in 2010 and visited the West Bank as part of the so-called European Freedom Alliance. Bottom left here from last year, 2024, Geert Wilders of the Dutch Freedom Party meeting with Netanyahu again. And then bottom right here, and I'll come back to this later, this is the English far-right activist Tommy Robinson, whose real name is Stephen Jackson Lennon, I think, who was in Israel just a couple of weeks ago on a tour, meeting Israeli politicians and visiting settlements. So this is the phenomenon that I'm interested in, and in a sense, it's interesting for a number of reasons. I think we know that far-right politics, especially in Europe, has a very strong history of anti-Semitism. And what's also remarkable is some of these parties now that portray themselves as Israel's biggest supporters have themselves a history of anti-Semitism. In France, for example, the Rassemblement National. So I try to set out to make sense of this development. Now, before proceeding, just a very quick overview of the far right. I won't go into too much detail here, but I think it's quite important. Yeah, is that better? Okay. Like this? It's a bit low, hold on. I'll try that. I also move around a lot, but yeah, I'll try not to. Is that better? I'm kind of scared now. I'm going to get. This will be the headline, you know. Speaker killed by microphone. So, yeah, violent, yeah, activist. So, better? Okay. So, very briefly, if we think about the far right in Europe, we can think of three different, let's say, periods. I think following the Holocaust, 1945, post-war, the immediate aftermath of the post-war period, far-right parties were essentially ostracized. Yeah, they were pariah parties. They fared miserably at elections. They were polling, 0.1%. They were essentially on the dust pile of history. And then we see this period of what I would call rebranding, maybe in the 60s, I think epitomized, embodied quite well by the French Nouvelle Droite, and people like Alain de Benoit. And a kind of rebranding occurred where these parties came to the realization that if they wanted to remain politically successful, they had to do something about their image. And we see this shift of rhetoric, discourse, and in particular that this kind of cultural turn where racism was no longer articulated through the language of biology and race, but rather through a language of cultural difference. And this is also something we'll come back to in a second when thinking about Israel-Palestine. And then in a sense, scholars have argued that in the past 20 years or so, we've seen the emergence of a new type of far-right party. I know in French it's a bit difficult because linguistically, I'm not sure if the term far-right is used, but anyway, hopefully it makes sense that a new type of far-right party emerged, which people often refer to as the radical right party. And the idea is these radical right parties look and sound a bit different to kind of classic interwar fascist parties. So here's a very brief overview of how the far right looks today, I would argue. Sorry, wrong slide again. So you essentially have the right wing as this kind of like broad political space of ideas. Within this, maybe the center right and far right. These boundaries, as you would imagine, are very porous and fluid. And then the right can be, the far right can be, you can think of the radical right, these like slightly more contemporary, modernized far right parties, and the extreme right, kind of out and out, hardcore fascist, neo-Nazi parties. So now the questions that were guiding my research were, how do different European far right parties relate to Israel-Palestine? Whoops. Go back a bit. Yeah. How do different European far-right parties relate to Israel-Palestine? And how have these positions changed over time? And what do these variations and shifts reveal about the broader evolution of the contemporary far-right? And how can we make sense of the contemporary far-right's position towards Israel? So to do this, I looked at debates in the European Parliament. So here we have, I'll just pull these out here. So I basically looked at the far right in a very broad way, essentially any party that exists or existed to the right of the center-right party. And we have a list here of different parties across West Europe, and some of them no longer exist, for example, the Republikaner in Germany. But the good thing here was it allowed me to look at the discourse of a broad range of far-right parties in different countries, radical and extreme parties. And the European Parliament itself, it's quite a nice way to do this kind of analysis because it's a place where parties from different countries come together and they speak and debate within the same context. So in total over these periods, so what I did was I looked at every debate in the Parliament that had taken place since 1979 until 2019, not until 2024, as the title said. And I looked at the titles of these debates and looked for the words Palestine, Israel, West Bank, Jerusalem, Middle East peace process, blah, blah, blah. And I found a total of 146 debates. And then, which is, I think, quite reasonable. And you can see, from the 2000 onwards, Oslo Accords, 9/11, these debates suddenly, the number of these debates increases. But here today, I will divide the analysis of these debates into two time periods to really capture this shift. So on the one hand, 1979 to 2004, and then 2004 up until 2019. There's a mistake there again on the screen. So now, what we see in this first time period, the far right was pretty quiet. So Israel and Palestine was being debated in the European Parliament. The far right didn't say a great deal. And when the far right did get involved or did try to say something or made a statement, generally the parties were quite antagonistic towards Israel. One exception was the Italian Alleanza Nazionale, which is a successor party to the neo-fascist Italian social movement, which was trying to kind of portray itself as some kind of friend and ally of Israel, as the party itself tried to kind of go through its own development into a more contemporary far-right party. And perhaps to kind of capture the mood among the far-right at this time, I have a statement here from a Republikaner German MEP, Harald Neubauer, from the 1990s. And he says, during a statement, during a debate, accusations have been made of infringements of human rights, of citizens' rights and national rights, of deaths and murders. It is obvious that no one in Israel is interested. No other state ignores world opinion so arrogantly. There must be a reason for this arrogance. This kind of captures kind of the sentiment among the far right during this period. Now, we fast forward to the second part, 2004 onwards. And what we see here is suddenly a much more visible and a much more vocal pro-Israel far right emerges in the European Parliament. Parties like the Dutch Party for Freedom, the AFD in Germany, the Danish People's Party, and the Vlaams Belang from Flanders. And we see the way these parties are very vocal in their support of Israel. They try to draw parallels between Israel and Europe. And there's also a very strong Islamophobia underpinning their discourse, and also what some scholars refer to as a kind of civilizationalism. You have this idea of Western values, and the West is locked in some kind of eternal battle with Islam. But also it's not true for the whole of the far right. I think the far right is relatively diverse. And these more out-and-out harder Nazi parties, for example, the NPD in Germany, the BNP in the UK, Golden Dawn in Greece, they remain pretty hostile towards Israel. I mean, their rhetoric is much more strongly underpinned by, say, classic tropes of anti-Semitism. So to give you another example here of the shift, for example, so here we have a MEP from the Dutch Party for Freedom, Marcel de Graaf. And this was a debate on a non-binding vote on Palestinian statehood. And he said, there is no Palestinian struggle for freedom. There is violence by Fatah and Hamas only in the name of barbaric ideology. Those who want to recognize a Palestinian state legitimize terrorism, legitimize anti-Semitism, and legitimize crimes against humanity. So, and I think what's interesting is this vote itself. There's a non-binding vote that took place in the European Parliament in 2014 on Palestinian statehood, and they came out in the wrong order. So there was an overwhelming number of MEPs voted in favour of this resolution. It was non-binding, it was pretty meaningless. But of those who voted against, the far right was massively overrepresented. So you had 40 far right MEPs voted against this resolution. Right? So from AFD, Danish People's Parties, FPÖ in Austria, etc. So it was quite an interesting weather vane, a quite interesting test for what happened, because essentially what you had was that the far right had become the most anti-Palestinian bloc in the European Parliament. And this contrast, I think, is very revealing, and sometimes even within the same party. Now, we have here two MEPs from the Front National, or as it became, Rassemblement National. On the left, the MEP Bernard Antony, who said in one debate in 1996, the Palestinians who were driven out of their lands in 1948 and 1967 are now incarcerated in Bantustans more secure than those he formerly denounced in South Africa. Then, 20 years later, the MP Jean-Luc Schaffhauser from the same party said, the hatred of Israel merges with the hatred of our Judeo-Christian values. Note this term, Judeo-Christian values, in the countries subject to political Islam, and now also in our cities. You allow yourself to criticize a legitimate Israeli government which is fighting for its survival. And this contrast, I think, is almost hard to believe, coming from the same party in such a relatively short period of time. So what we see over this time period is, and again, I'm summarizing this, and of course there's more nuance to this, but essentially you see a shift from antipathy towards an antagonism towards full-on support among the far right, or at least radical right parties in the European Parliament towards Israel. And yes, and as I said before, the far right effectively becomes the most anti-Palestinian voice in the European Parliament, but this is not true for all far right parties. And some differences do exist. Now, perhaps the interesting thing here to ask is why and how to make sense of this. And I think there's a number of things. And I think clearly, and this is the most obvious reason, is that support for Israel does serve as a way to signal rejection of anti-Semitism. In today's Europe, no party has much to gain from being openly anti-Semitic. Now, they may still be anti-Semitic, but they hide it. You know, I think open anti-Semitism is still a taboo in today's Europe, and rightly so. And no party that has serious electoral ambitions has much to gain. But I think also we have to be aware that this is only possible because people still conflate Zionism with Judaism. So in a sense, you can signal your opposition to anti-Semitism by being pro-Israel, which is itself is a very weird pattern, but it somehow seems to still work. And the response to this conference perhaps even shows that this discourse is still very prevalent. I think we also have to kind of see this as a shift in how the far right articulates its own discourse, and this idea of civilizationalism. And I mean, what's happened now is, although these parties are still nationalistic, the nation is still a key nodal point in their discourse. It's still very important to them. But they've become almost kind of like chauvinist Europeans, you know, Europe for the Europeans. So there's a kind of a different forming of us. And in this kind of like Europe for the Europeans, chauvinist Europeanism, Israel essentially becomes us on our side, or on the side of the far right. But also importantly, and this is maybe perhaps sometimes overlooked, although some speakers today have already touched upon this, it's also about what Israel represents today. Israel effectively serves as a role model, as a present-day example of the far right's own preferred nativist state model. In scholarly work on the far right, people speak about how the far right would like to establish an ethnocracy, a democracy that only serves the one designated ethnic group. And Israel, in a sense, you could argue, is practicing this, is today a kind of thriving model of what an ethnocracy might look like. And I think finally, if I have time, I think I hopefully do. This visit I mentioned before by Tommy Robinson, he's an English far activist. Maybe you don't know him, maybe you do. Elon Musk loves him now for some reason. He was on an official visit to Israel 2 weeks ago, which is in itself remarkable. This guy is someone who's been prosecuted. He's been in jail. He's essentially a far right thug, but he's welcomed with open arms in Israel. And I wrote a piece about this in Jacobin. I'm going to cite myself here shamelessly. And what I argue is that things weren't always like this. In Israel's early years, effectively up until the 1967 war and the occupation of Gaza and the West Bank, Europe's social democratic parties were the ones who looked positively towards Israel. Yet if left-wingers once traveled to Israel to marvel at its cooperatives, today it is the far right that visits Israel to awe at its military might and methods of occupation. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shloufi. Je suis sûre que votre communication va appeler beaucoup de questions, même si on n'aura pas trop de temps pour ça, mais il y a encore demain pour continuer les discussions. En tout cas, c'est effectivement une question qu'on est beaucoup à se poser dans la salle, d'expliquer ce shift des extrêmes droites européennes, ou de certaines, en tout cas, comme vous l'avez démontré. Et maintenant, je vais donner la parole à Isaias Bareniada, qui est professeur de relations internationales à la faculté de sciences politiques et de sociologie de l'Université Complutense de Madrid et chercheur donc à l'Institut de relations internationales de cette université. Il travaille sur la politique étrangère espagnole et européenne en lien avec la Palestine et le Sahara occidental. Et il a travaillé dans différents domaines internationaux comme sur l'action syndicale internationale, l'aide au développement et la diplomatie publique. Voilà. Et son intervention d'aujourd'hui s'intitule « Entre soutien inconditionnel à Israël et reconnaissance de l'État palestinien, les divisions européennes et leurs impacts sur la prise de décision de l'Union européenne ». C'est à vous. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Je vais parler en français. Bonsoir. En premier lieu, je veux remercier le CAREP pour son effort en organisant ce colloque et pour son engagement pour résister à la censure et défendre la liberté académique. Un peu dans la continuité des interventions précédentes, l'objet de mon intervention est d'analyser comment la diversité des approches de la question palestinienne dans les pays européens influence le positionnement de l'Union européenne, ses évolutions, ses limites et aussi ses silences. En particulier, j'essaierai de répondre à la question suivante. Le génocide à Gaza, au cours de ces 2 dernières années, a-t-il contribué à un alignement des États membres autour de positions communes ou au contraire a-t-il approfondi les divisions préexistantes? Et cela favorise-t-il l'avancée vers une politique européenne cohérente ou au contraire son déclin? La première constatation est qu'historiquement, les États européens ont eu des positions très diverses sur la question palestinienne et sur l'État d'Israël, ce qui s'est traduit par des décisions et des comportements de politique étrangère très disparates. Parmi les expressions de cette pluralité de lecture, on peut citer par exemple le soutien conditionnel à Israël de certains États, comme l'Allemagne par exemple, la reconnaissance rapide ou tardive de l'État de Palestine, comme l'ont fait une dizaine de pays ces dernières années, l'aide financière à l'autorité palestinienne ou à l'UNRWA, qui a été par exemple la priorité de certains pays, comme l'Espagne, dans sa politique de développement depuis les années 90, ou encore la défense du droit à l'autodétermination des Palestiniens aux Nations Unies. Il faut souligner qu'il n'y a jamais eu, et qu'il n'y a toujours pas, d'unanimité absolue sur ces sujets, tout au plus une certaine convergence entre les États européens. La deuxième constatation est que malgré cette diversité de lectures et de positions nationales, au cours de la dernière année et demie, un certain nombre d'États membres de l'Union européenne, ont révisé leur posture, ont appliqué certaines mesures, par exemple en matière d'embargo d'armes, d'entrée de dirigeants de colons, etc., et ont modifié leur vote, par exemple, aux Nations Unies. Ces changements sont le produit, bien sûr, de la gravité de la situation, mais aussi de la pression des mouvements sociaux et sûrement de certaines décisions influencées par d'autres États proches. La troisième constatation est que l'Union européenne, bien qu'ayant une politique étrangère intergouvernementale et non communautarisée, avec toute la complexité et les limites que cela implique, possède une longue histoire de positionnement sur la question palestinienne. Les interventions antérieures l'ont bien expliqué. Cela s'est traduit par des déclarations depuis très longtemps, Venise en 1980 et d'autres déclarations postérieures jusqu'aux conclusions des conseils européens jusqu'à présent. Mais aussi par un soutien à la solution des 2 États, par une aide financière, notamment depuis les années 90, etc. L'Europe, donc, a construit une position sur Israël et sur la Palestine. Et même si on peut estimer que l'Union européenne ne dispose pas d'une véritable politique stratégique sur la Palestine, faute de consensus, elle a en revanche une politique concrète qu'on pourrait qualifier de souterraine, qui se maintient, par exemple les accords avec les 2 parties, la défense de certains principes, l'aide financière, le soutien à la formule des 2 États, etc. Cela aurait dû faire de l'Union européenne un acteur capable de faire valoir sa voix et son influence dans la situation actuelle. Cependant, ces dernières années, l'Union européenne a rencontré de plus en plus de difficultés pour prendre des décisions collectives sur la question palestinienne et vis-à-vis d'Israël. Ces 2 dernières années en particulier, cette difficulté a été particulièrement grave face à la violence déchaînée par Israël et au génocide qu'il a perpétré, rendant impossible une réponse ferme et l'adoption de sanctions. Cela nous amène à trois questions. Est-ce que ce changement dans la position des États traduit-il un lent rapprochement ou une convergence des positions, disons d'une certaine manière une européanisation horizontale, ou bien signifie-t-il plutôt qu'il qu'il y a eu une polarisation au sein des 27 autour de certains groupes. L'intervention précédente a fait une proposition de classification par groupe. La troisième question, c'est est-ce que la tragédie de Gaza a-t-elle été un catalyseur de la politique étrangère européenne ou au contraire a-t-elle accentué le blocage dans ses décisions? Quelques mots sur l'hétérogénéité des positions des États membres. Historiquement, les États et les sociétés européennes ont eu des lectures et des positions très différentes sur la question palestinienne face au colonialisme sioniste et face à l'État israélien. Cette diversité s'explique par des raisons historiques, identitaires, idéologiques, et en plus, elle a évolué. Rappelons-nous, par exemple, que les États de l'ancien bloc socialiste avaient reconnu la Palestine bien avant d'entrer dans l'Union européenne, et qu'aujourd'hui, certains d'entre eux sont parmi les plus pro-israéliens. Les changements ne doivent pas être oubliés. Autrement dit, il n'y a jamais eu de lecture européenne commune sur la question palestinienne, si on tient en compte les positions des États. Sans entrer dans le détail, on peut mentionner quelques éléments explicatifs de cette pluralité, et certains d'entre eux ont déjà été mentionnés. Par exemple, la question coloniale. Les États européens ont des approches, une mémoire, une conception du colonialisme très différents. Certains d'entre eux continuent à être des États coloniaux. Ils sont des puissances administratives, administrantes des territoires non autonomes. C'est une réalité. D'autres sont entrés à la communauté européenne étant des États coloniaux. La Belgique, l'Algérie, la Belgique, la France, non, avaient des colonies lorsqu'ils se sont intégrés dans l'Union européenne. Donc, l'Union européenne même a une dimension coloniale invisibilisée, mais qui est permanente et qui marque ses membres, qui marque ses positions, bien que la question coloniale a été toujours maintenue, disons, hors des débats de l'Union européenne. C'est une affaire des États, point. Au fait, l'Union européenne n'a pas pris position, par exemple, sur l'interruption du processus d'indépendance de Nouvelle-Calédonie. Ça, c'est une affaire française, point. Bon. Le colonialisme ou la question coloniale pèse d'une façon très différente selon les pays. La question, par exemple, aussi de la discrimination, du racisme, des lignes racistes, non, est très différente dans certains pays. Dans certains pays, c'est la question, par exemple, les identités qui touchent aux étrangers, aux Arabes, aux musulmans. Dans d'autres pays, le racisme a d'autres coordonnées, non? Donc, disons, les différences sont très significatives, non? Bien sûr, la proximité géographique. Il y a certains pays d'Europe qui prêtent une attention très spéciale à la Méditerranée. La Méditerranée, ce n'est pas une frontière lointaine, c'est leur réalité, c'est leur voisinage, c'est leur réalité. Et donc, c'est parfaitement compréhensible que ce qui se passe, par exemple, dans le voisinage sud, intéresse d'une manière très différente un Espagnol d'un Finlandais. C'est normal. La même réalité juive et la réalité arabo-musulmane est très différente dans chacun de ces pays. Je viens d'un pays où il y a une très petite présence juive qui n'est même pas, qu'on ne peut pas identifier nécessairement avec des positions pro-israéliennes, d'une manière automatique, ce qui n'est pas le cas dans d'autres pays, non? Et bien sûr, il y a une question qui touche l'intervention précédente, c'est que la question de la Palestine et d'Israël dans plusieurs pays, presque dans tous les pays, n'est pas seulement une question de politique étrangère, c'est une question de politique intérieure. Et il ne faut pas oublier. Donc, tous ces éléments permettent de comprendre la diversité des lectures des États et la manière dont cela s'est traduit dans leur position en matière de politique étrangère. Certains peuvent adopter un soutien conditionnel, d'autres peuvent alimenter la machine de guerre en plein génocide, tandis que d'autres peuvent reconnaître l'État de la Palestine, qualifier la situation de génocide. Notre président, par exemple, en Espagne, n'a aucun problème pour appeler génocide, ce qui est même défendu dans d'autres pays d'Europe. Non bon, je vais consacrer 2-3 minutes pour expliquer un cas, c'est celui de mon pays, qui est un peu singulier, celui de l'Espagne, parce qu'il a adopté une position un peu dissonante, critique parfois, et qui est un peu différent au reste des pays de l'Union européenne. Non seulement il a reconnu l'État de Palestine en mai de l'année 2024, le gouvernement espagnol a fait des critiques aux opérations israéliennes, a suspendu le commerce d'armes, le commerce des produits des colonies, il soutient la démarche d'Afrique du Sud auprès de la Cour internationale, il a pris d'autres décisions, ce qui lui a donné, disons, un, entre guillemets, prestige auprès des pays arabes et en particulier du Sud global, mais aussi parce que, je veux le signaler, parce que ce n'est pas une justification ce que je veux présenter, sinon expliquer la singularité de cette démarche, parce qu'elle est aussi un peu, elle boite, non ? Elle a beaucoup d'incohérences et elle reflète un intérêt très particulier de l'Espagne pour certaines questions. L'Espagne n'a pas changé sa position. C'est la position qu'elle a toujours eue sur la Palestine. Elle a peut-être pris du retard en prenant certaines décisions, non ? Mais l'Espagne, pour l'Espagne, le voisinage sud de l'Europe, le bassin méditerranéen, est une priorité de sa politique extérieure depuis toujours, non ? L'Espagne, c'est un pays en plus qui s'est construit, non, dans sa configuration étatique moderne sur l'expulsion des Juifs et des Arabes, les deux choses, au XVe et au XVIIe siècle. Elle entretient une très ancienne connexion, par exemple, avec la Palestine, avec la Terre Sainte. L'État espagnol est propriétaire d'églises et de bâtiments à Jérusalem, jusqu'à présent. Et cela vient de vieilles relations depuis le Moyen-Âge. Elle possède un consulat à Jérusalem depuis 1860 qui n'a jamais fermé ses portes, même pas durant la Première Guerre mondiale. C'était le seul consulat européen en Palestine à cette époque. Elle n'a reconnu l'État d'Israël qu'en 1986. Et c'était une condition pour pouvoir entrer dans la communauté européenne. Donc, comme vous voyez, c'est une longue histoire qui singularise la politique extérieure d'un membre. Non ? On pourrait faire le même exercice avec d'autres. Mais même si en Espagne, l'opinion publique est majoritairement pro-palestinienne, même s'il y a un consensus dans tous les partis, sauf l'extrême droite, et l'extrême droite espagnole n'apparaissait pas pour des questions de date dans l'étude précédente, mais actuellement, le parti qui a des positions plus israéliennes dans le Parlement européen, c'est le parti Vox espagnol. 99,1% comme indicateur. C'est le groupe le plus pro-israélien. L'Espagne, on peut se demander si elle fait ça, si les gouvernements espagnols font ça par, disons, engagement avec les droits des Palestiniens. Et malheureusement, ce n'est pas la principale raison. C'est que la Palestine est une source de prestige international pour la politique extérieure espagnole. La Palestine ouvre les portes à l'Espagne dans ses relations avec les pays arabes. Et c'est des relations géostratégiques, c'est des relations économiques, c'est des relations culturelles, mais c'est aussi un mécanisme de contention face à un problème colonial. C'est pour éviter que le Maroc continue, disons, à créer des problèmes à l'Espagne par rapport à des enclaves territoriales qui sont disputées entre les deux pays. Bon, avec cette diversité de positions nationales, comment définir une politique européenne vis-à-vis à la Palestine ? Il faut d'abord se rappeler que quelques éléments de la politique extérieure européenne. L'Union européenne, elle affirme sa volonté de se comporter sur la scène internationale avec autonomie, souveraineté, défendre des intérêts, etc. Mais la politique extérieure de l'Union européenne n'est pas la même chose que la politique extérieure d'un État. C'est autre chose. C'est autre chose. Les traités fixent des objectifs qui sont très modestes, très modestes. Ce n'est pas une définition de politique extérieure comme celle qu'on pourrait trouver dans les lois d'action extérieure des États. C'est une politique qui n'est pas communautarisée. C'est une politique en construction, non, qui peut-être pourrait mener à une politique extérieure commune, mais qui ne l'est pas encore. Et ce qui est très important, c'est qu'au niveau décisionnel, la prise de décision à l'Union européenne repose sur la méthode intergouvernementale, c'est-à-dire l'accord unanime des États membres. Et cela crée beaucoup de problèmes, de difficultés pour construire des positions communes. Et donc, la dérive, c'est que les positions sont le minimum commun entre les membres. Et donc, ça diminue la capacité, bien sûr, de... Bon, on a vu ces derniers mois un changement dans les attitudes des États. Je ne vais pas entrer en détail parce que je n'ai pas beaucoup de temps, mais je vais aller directement aux conclusions. Nous pouvons observer deux dynamiques simultanées, convergence et polarisation entre les États membres sur la question palestinienne. Cela alimente une tendance à la déseuropéisation de l'action extérieure, entraînant un blocage de la politique européenne vis-à-vis d'Israël et de la Palestine et une perte de pertinence de l'Union européenne dans son voisinage sud. Sur la convergence, le lent changement de certains pays européens ces 2 dernières années peut sembler qu'il y ait une dynamique de convergence vers des positions communes, ce qui certains pourraient appeler européisation horizontale. Cela s'est traduit par exemple, des votes de plus en plus similaires à l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies. Si on observe les résolutions qui ont été votées en octobre et novembre de l'année 23 et celles qui ont été votées cet été, par exemple, et la dernière semaine, le changement est radical. Il y a un soutien. C'est vrai que le contenu des résolutions est aussi différent, mais il y a un changement très important. Et cela se voit aussi avec la reconnaissance de l'État palestinien, le maintien de l'aide à la population palestinienne et au financement de l'UNRWA, etc. Ce changement a été influencé par les mouvements sociaux internes, par les dynamiques politiques nationales et surtout et aussi, je dirais, par un effet contagion entre les États européens. Cependant, il ne concerne pas tous les États et reste très variable en termes de contenu, notamment en ce qui concerne la cohérence avec les droits inaliénables du peuple palestinien. La polarisation, à l'inverse, certains États membres se sont retranchés dans des positions de blocage. Maintenant, le statu quo, soutenant de manière explicite Israël ou faisant veto à des propositions de sanctions ou de suspension de l'accord d'association. Il s'agit principalement de pays dirigés par des gouvernements populistes, conservateurs, nativistes, comme on a signalé, ou d'extrême droite. Cette attitude s'inscrit dans un cadre plus large qui touche bien sûr d'autres sujets tels que l'asile, la migration, la sécurité, l'environnement, etc. Et le résultat de cette double dynamique de convergence et de polarisation est que le génocide à Gaza n'a pas été un catalyseur ni un facteur d'européisation, non ? Il n'a pas été une occasion, disons, de renforcer l'intégration en matière de politique extérieure. Au contraire, elle a approfondi les divisions et Gaza est à la fois, je crois, un symptôme et un accélérateur de la déseuropéisation. L'inaction, qu'elle soit intentionnelle ou liée aux procédures de décision, et même le silence qui en découle, constitue une forme de comportement complice. Par conséquent, il ne faut pas attendre de l'Union européenne une influence réelle dans ces conditions, et encore moins un leadership dans la recherche d'une paix juste. Cela, bien sûr, a des conséquences pour l'Europe, pour la Palestine, pour le statu quo, non? Je signalerai simplement 3-4 conclusions très, très brèves. Il est vrai que cette situation ne reste pas confinée à un cas particulier, non? La déseuropéisation de l'action extérieure a des répercussions sur les relations entre l'Europe et le reste du monde, à commencer par la rive sud, bien sûr, de la Méditerranée, mais a un effet beaucoup plus ample. Mais il existe des conséquences claires liées à la capacité européenne face au génocide en Palestine. En premier lieu, par rapport aux relations avec Israël, l'Union européenne entretient des relations de très haut niveau avec l'Israël qui n'ont pas été substantiellement modifiées précisément par cette paralysie. Ces relations font de l'Europe un élément clé de la structure d'impunité dont bénéficie Israël. La seconde question, c'est une perte importante de cohérence et d'autonomie. Incapable de réagir face au génocide, l'Union européenne renonce à une politique conforme à ses principes et à une véritable autonomie dans les relations avec la rive sud. Quel avenir, on peut se demander, pour la politique euro-méditerranéenne ou pour le dialogue euro-arabe, non? Après cette expérience? Ce qui s'est passé ces 2 dernières années délégitime l'Union européenne en tant que force normative et acteur influent. Et pour finir, le futur de Gaza et de la Palestine. La désunion et l'incohérence de l'Union européenne maintiennent le statu quo et créent les conditions pour rester dans le cadre d'Oslo, c'est-à-dire de tenter de revenir à la situation antérieure à 2023. Une Union européenne qui continuera à garantir l'impunité d'Israël, à écarter les sanctions et à se désengager de l'exigence de responsabilité et de réparation qui devrait être imposée aux génocidaires. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour cette intervention qui confirme des conclusions de communication précédentes sur l'impuissance de l'Union européenne à parler d'une seule voix sur ce dossier. Je me tourne vers les organisateurs. Je pense qu'on a très peu de temps. Oui, on fait une salve de questions et voilà. Donc, à vous la parole. Pardon. Je n'avais pas vu. Non.
Merci. C'est par rapport à ce que tu as dit, Isaïas, par rapport à la politique étrangère espagnole concernant la cause palestinienne. Tu disais que c'est plutôt par intérêt économique et intérêt géostratégique par rapport aux pays arabes, mais il faut considérer que l'ensemble des pays arabes sont contre la question palestinienne. Alors, ça ne fait pas plaisir aux pays arabes de reconnaître la Palestine. Je ne parle pas des peuples, je parle des États. Alors, c'est pour défendre un peu la dimension éthique de la politique étrangère espagnole, si j'ose dire.
Thank you. Listening to the 3 panelists, the question that comes to mind is the moral compass in Europe, European politics in general, and especially with regard to the rise of right-wing extremism in all Europe, even in the States also with Donald Trump, and the MAGA movement, which is spreading all over the world. And I think the missing point in the rising of the right-wing politics is, I find it as an explanatory framework to the rising, is the replacement of the Jews by the Muslims now. The idea that there should be always someone to hate. Now, like anti-Semitism doesn't sell, it's over. Like we exterminate 6 million Jews. So it cannot happen because we have Israel as a spokesperson of the Jews. Now we have the possibility of replacing them. And before the Jews also there were the black slavery. And now it's the Muslims. And here in France, we can see it, like, I don't know if you follow the debate in French media, like every day we have new expressions, Islamo-Gauchism, Islamo-Nazism, Islamo-fascism. So now the Muslims and the blacks are the new Jews. So where is that point in your questioning of this debate? I have another question, but we don't have time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really enjoyed all the presentations. My question is for Omran, and it's about the far right. I mean, you've talked about the convergence that's happening, and of course about the contrast. The main intervening event was the so-called war on terror, of course, which changed policy across the board politically, but not just in the far right. The Israeli Hasbara agenda, this is one thing I wanted to ask you about, because it's exploited this. It's, you know, they've sensed the shift, but they've also invested in it. And of course, I'm using the word investment very pointedly, because they're actually spending money on this. Over 140 million apparently last year is spent on the social media sphere. A good chunk of it is spent on the Islamophobic agenda. There's also investment in far-right politics and possibly payments being made for these speakers to come in, sponsorship of conferences directly and indirectly. Can you address some of that dimension?
On prend juste une dernière question là, et après.
Well, actually, it's directly linked to the previous question. I mean, you divided, Omran, your presentation in two parts, and 2004 was like the turning point. Why 2004? Abdel Razak mentioned the war on terror. Are there any other explanation?
Voilà, je vais donner la parole pour répondre dans l'ordre des intervenants.
Non, je n'exclus pas qu'il y ait un élément, disons, de cohérence, non, et d'engagement réel entre la politique extérieure déclarée de l'État espagnol par rapport à ce qu'elle fait en Palestine. Au fait, la loi d'action extérieure, c'est la loi qui encadre la politique extérieure, dit qu'elle est alignée avec le droit international, avec les principes, etc., etc. Le problème, c'est que cette cohérence ne s'applique pas de la même façon dans tous les cas, non? Et ce qui se passe par rapport à la Palestine, c'est qu'il y a une opinion publique, disons, qui légitime ce que n'importe quel gouvernement est disposé à faire sur la Palestine, non? Et il n'avait, jusqu'à l'apparition du groupe d'extrême droite Vox, il y avait un consensus entre la droite, la gauche, tout le monde était d'accord pour reconnaître l'État palestinien. Ça fait plus de 10 ans, non? Et la question, c'est pourquoi ça a pris tant de temps, hein? Pourquoi ce gouvernement, qui est un gouvernement de coalition de gauche, entre socialistes et la gauche, a pris 6 ans à donner le pas, non? Et ce qui est intéressant, c'est que ce n'est pas le ministère des Affaires étrangères qui a mené ce dossier, ça a été le ministère de la Présidence, c'est-à-dire le bureau du Premier ministre. Et lorsque les affaires étrangères sont gérées par le bureau du Premier ministre, ça veut dire, disons, qu'il y a une composante politique, non, stratégique pour le pays, non? Et il est très clair que ça a été disons, un engagement, disons, de la partie plus politique de l'État. Et immédiatement, l'Espagne s'est mobilisée dans les pays arabes, elle est allée au sommet de Bagdad, de la Ligue des États arabes, elle invite, elle participe dans... C'est-à-dire, il y a une espèce de suractuation, non, qui est fondamentalement calculée pour ouvrir des portes. Et ces portes sont en relation avec, surtout avec les États arabes, avec les États, disons, du voisinage sud. Ce n'est pas seulement les Arabes, non, du voisinage sud, où il y a des intérêts économiques, surtout énergétiques, très importants, et des raisons de caractère géostratégique qui touchent un aspect colonial espagnol. c'est la présence, non, de l'État espagnol dans des enclaves un petit peu difficiles d'expliquer que l'Espagne possède au nord du Maroc. Donc, et c'est pour contenir cela, que l'Espagne cultive disons, cette approche si proche, non, et engagée avec non seulement avec la Palestine, mais en même temps, c'est très incohérent parce qu'on défend l'autodétermination en Palestine, mais pas au Sahara occidental. On fait exactement le contraire parce que ça touche d'autres intérêts.
So yeah, thank you very much for the questions. I'll just go through them in order. It's a very important point about Muslims as the new other. I think quite clearly it's the case. Muslims have replaced many ways, Jews as the main other for these far-right parties. But I think another interesting element of this is the way that anti-Semitism has been essentially outsourced onto the Muslim, right? So there's something quite comforting for the far right, and also, let's be honest, liberals and centrists. This notion that, oh no, we're no longer anti-Semitic, it's the Muslims, and now it's an imported phenomenon. So interestingly, somehow Europe has been cleansed of anti-Semitism among its indigenous population, and it's now the evil Muslims bringing anti-Semitism into Europe, right? So there's something about this discourse where for these parties, it is so they have so much to gain from a discourse that paints Muslims as anti-Semites and anti-Semitism as an inherently Muslim problem. And I think Germany is a fantastic example of this in the way that this development has taken place. The question about Israel's role in this kind of growing bond, I think it's a very important question because, quite clearly now, I think Israeli officials are more worried about the left gaining power in Europe than they are about the far right gaining power. They're much more comfortable with Le Pen or the Rassemblement National or Vlaams Belang or Geert Wilders, and they're openly campaigning for these people because they see and they believe that these are the figures that are going to turn a blind eye and essentially give Israel carte blanche, if it even needed more carte blanche than it already has, to continue its occupation. And you have someone like Viktor Orban, the far-right leader of Hungary, who quite clearly is exerting lots of pressure to water down already pretty weak EU statements. You have the case of someone like Matteo Salvini when he was Deputy Prime Minister, again, exerting pressure to water down EU statements. So that's an important part of it. And I think you look at something like NGO Monitor, a kind of fake NGO that's funded by the Israeli government, directly or at least indirectly, and they have these fake reports talking about anti-Semitism in Palestinian school books and the fact that the PA is funding terrorism, etc., etc. And as part of my research, I looked at debates in the European. I looked at activities in the German Bundestag, and they have something called it translates as a kind of an official query. So any party in the Bundestag can submit a query to a ministry, and these are quite detailed queries. The ministry has to then respond. So an official question. And the AfD queries, so the AfD being the alternative for Germany, the far-right party, they would submit these queries to the ministries, and the citations they were getting, the references were NGO Monitor. So we don't know for a fact, but quite clearly NGO Monitor or someone is talking to the AfD saying, can you please, well, we can presume this is happening, right? I'm not admitting this, but why are they continually citing NGO Monitor, this very troublesome and problematic so-called NGO? And what's interesting is NGO Monitor quite clearly are lobbying the AfD. So there's a very interesting cooperation there, which I think has probably been under-researched. In 2004, it's a very boring year. Reason is just because the European parliamentary term is done that way. So it's like one ended 2004 and one began 2004 to 2009. So that year is kind of arbitrary. It's just because I spread it that way because the terms were split that way, the parliamentary terms in the parliament. But essentially, like I said before, I think 9/11 clearly is a turning point.
Merci beaucoup à vous tous. Désolée, voilà, toutes les questions n'ont pas eu de réponse, mais voilà, c'est l'heure pour tout le monde. Merci encore au CAREP d'avoir organisé cette conférence ici. Et merci aux 3 panélistes et au public nombreux et très attentif jusqu'à la fin. Et à demain. Merci à vous tous.